session here. So I am working on our Tulip punch needle. Here's the back with the rest of the design that we're using as a guide. And this is all made from enlarging our little tulip pattern, embroidery pattern, like 600%. And we are going to use the punch needle again today to work on this. So thanks again for joining me. My name's Alyssa from Penguin and Fish, where we make cute embroideries for beginners. And I'm typically here every weekday at 8:30 p.m. Central Time, but every once in a while we'll do these little marathon sessions on a Saturday or Sunday. And I just really want to finish this tulip pattern. So I'm hoping to get the whole rest of the design done and then also gluing the back. So I think we're going to make this into a wall hanging, and we want to glue the back while it's still in the hoop. So I'm hoping to do that. So all right, let's get going today. Hello, thanks for popping in, everyone. Okay, so here we are again with the tulips, and I'm going to be working from the back, which has the design traced on there. So I originally just took, like I said, I took my tulip pattern, so it's quite a bit smaller. This is in a little 4-inch hoop, and I blew it up on, I just printed it at, I think 600%. So then I ended up with 4 sheets of paper that I taped together, and then I was able to just put this on a window, tape it onto a window, and I traced right through my fabric, which is a monk's cloth, and that seemed to work perfect. So better than I thought. I wasn't sure I'd be able to trace through this, but with just the light behind from the window, it worked swell, way better than I thought. So that's how I initially got this on, and it's just traced with a Sharpie. You're not going to see it from the front. And yeah, so I got my yarn here. I'm going to just keep going. I think I'm going to do all the leaves. I think I'm going to work forward to back, but I'm going to start with the leaves, the outline. I have this much of this green left, but I do have a whole nother skein of this, but I'm not, it might not be from the same lot number of color or whatever, so I kind of want to get maybe the leaves done with this, or at least the next leaf, and then we can see how it feels, how much it took, and then maybe I switch to, I have a whole nother thing here. I suspect it's from I think I got it at the same time. All this is old yarn that I found in my yarn stash, and I'm using up. So I'm thinking it's probably the same, but I don't know for sure. So I want to try and finish a shape before doing that. So anyway, let's start with this. Ooh, I want to pull from the middle. Let's start with our dark green again. Okay. So I want to have this really loose. I don't want any slack. Do a hard shadow on one side. I'm gonna outline this whole thing with a blue, I think. Oh, might help you distribute the green that you have less of. I think I'm gonna be okay with that other color. I know I did that with the red. So these red petals, these two in the back, are a different yarn that I thought was the same, and it's real close. If you look super close, you can tell it's a slightly different red. But I isolated it in the petal, so I think that's fine. But I like that idea, a shadow on one side. If I would have done that from the beginning, I think that would have been really cute around here. All right, so I just put my big needle threader that came with this thing. Pulling it through. It's basically like a tube with a little end on it. So I'm on YouTube, Facebook, and TikTok right now, and just letting the TikTok people know, if you see me lean forward and squinting, I'm just I can read the comments pretty well, but your names are pretty light and small, so I gotta squeeze myself ahead. I'm just kind of I got my little work tray here, throwing this project stuff in there so I can keep it all together. But all right, so now we have our yarn through the tube, through our punch needle, and it's also through the little eye of the needle as well. We need like a perfect no tension flow through here. So if you have like a bigger yarn that, you know, you feel any friction, it's not going to work. We need like frictionless stitching here for it to not pull itself out. And so I always have to pay attention to my slack too, to make sure, you know, even from a center pull like this, that is a little bit of tension that might affect things. So I always want to just have enough kind of slack. I got to just keep my eye on that. All right, let's get going. So I'm going to do this second leaf over here, I think, to start out with. And I'm going to just kind of lift it up a little bit while I work. Sometimes I might just like, I don't know, lean it forward this way, just kind of depending on what's most comfortable. All right, let's go. I need it raised a little bit because the needle, I don't want it to hit the table, which it sort of already did. So we'll just go up like this a little bit. So I got a little bit of a late start today, but it's kind of nice to sleep in on a Saturday. All right, so I'm already feeling like I need to make sure that this tension is all right. We'll get in the groove of things today again. So I'm outlining first just with like one row. I think that's enough for this design, and that's what I've done for the rest of it. So, and then we'll fill it in with the green, the light green. So I am going about like every square on this. I'm kind of piercing the threads. I'm not sticking to just the like even weave holes. I'm just kind of getting my stitches as close as possible. I think this is kind of where it's pretty vulnerable when you just have this one row going, because it's kind of like the tension of the other stitches holds it in. So like this is loose and probably pretty easy to pull out. Like if I pull on this thread, all of these will just come out right away. And that's no good. But all the other stitches pushing up against it kind of holds it all in. And we're going to be gluing this back too, and that will really hold it together. And I did find the glue in my craft supplies in some bins. And I'm using like a PVA glue, which is basically Elmer's glue, to coat the back here when we're done. That's going to be a while though. I want to do a whole background on this too. Like I have that pretty blue that I want to use. Hoping to get some speed on this today too. We'll see. Gotta get in a rhythm. I also started crocheting a blanket yesterday that has some of these colors in, which I think was maybe stupid because I like that extra green, light green skein. I'm using that, and I was like, oh wait, I'm using that for the punch needle. What if I run out and have one of these projects just is unfinished? So I stopped before my next row of green in the crocheted, making like a little crocheted blanket. And if I run out of it here, I'll have to come up with, maybe I'll add another color, another stripe color. That'd actually be a fun idea anyway. Maybe I'll do that. All right, almost got this outline. I think we're going to get a little bit more comfortable here too. I might lean back and angle this the other way. All right, I think that's all I need to do. Let's see. Oh, I need a little scissors today. Let's use our cute little red guy here. All right, did I just snip it out of the top here? I don't think I did, but I think I probably just pulled it out here. There we go. All right, so done with that. So I could probably do all these outlines all at once, but I've kind of liked filling it in as I go, just to make sure that, like I said earlier, like the stitches next to each other, that tension, that push on each other is kind of what holds it in and makes me nervous just having the one little line. But let's check it out from the front. Ah, cute. All right, so we got our second little petal there. With our border that we're going to put on of the blue, I think I'm going to use this light blue. Blue is a suggestion from someone, and I happen to have this really pretty blue, and I think this is going to work great. So that's going to push all the stitches in more. So if there is like a weird bloopiness to the edges, that will all change when we do the outline. So that'll be good. So all right, let's fill this guy in. All right, and now here's where the light green comes into play. I might just leave this sit right up here. Okay, so I gotta rethread my needle. Grab my needle threader. It came with this punch needle came with like a long, thin wire needle threader. I've already broke the bottom of it, so I've had to tape it shut. Okay, where's the end? Oh, I was gonna check this quick. Hey, Brittany and Cheryl and Christy's here, and Lydia, Diana, thanks for joining. Just gonna chill out here today. I'm gonna work until I can't anymore, basically, or I get it done. That's the preferred stopping time. All right, I think, let's see, this may be a little bit more comfortable. I don't know. Let's just keep going how we're going. Maybe if I prop up that side a little bit. Here, I got this little bag down here. I'm gonna just put that on the other end. There we go. Kind of lifts that up. That's great. That works better. So I just propped up that other side, kind of in a weird way. Let's adjust that quick. Yeah, and then now when I lift it up, it's not leaning backwards. Okay, let's go. A little bit more end on that. So I'm going to just go around and around like I did for the other ones. Okay, this is much easier. I got my mega warm sweatshirt on again. I can't stand it with this weather anymore. Sometimes this time of year is like 70s already, but not this time. So I think this is kind of our last, or like the biggest shape we have to do yet. All these other ones are, I think, less surface area. So this one will take a while, but it's okay. All right, I'm just gonna get some more slack. That one, my bloop on the back was kind of weird. Actually, you know what? You can pull that, like I did like a little funny bloop. It's totally fine, but just to show you, you can pull all this out just so easily. So if you make a mistake or if you want to change the color or something, it just all comes out, and your fabric might look a little distorted, but it's totally fine. I'm getting a little away from the dark green. Hey, Catherine. So I'm just going to be chilling here today. I forgot to put any music on though, so that's going to be annoying, but oh well. It'll just be me yammering here today. Hey, Gold Star. Gold Star Meals. I'm at the point of this project that I'm still really liking it, but it's like, oh man, now here are the consequences of starting another project that I just had to start. It's like, ugh, now I gotta like follow through. So today's a follow through day. But that's good. We'll see how far we get today. I'm hoping to kind of finish it though, which is a lot. We'll do all of this green. Green is all I have left except for the background. I need to draw that on yet. Ooh, fuzzles in the way. So I think we'll just take a Sharpie and kind of outline this with, I don't know, maybe like a 1.5 inch kind of edge. And then we'll fill in all the like negative space around the tulips and then do that edge. If we don't finish today, maybe I'll pop in tomorrow and work on it a little bit more. Tomorrow is new nails day though. I can't, these nails are on their last little bit, so I managed to keep them on for like 3 weeks though, which is a game changer for me. So I'm pretty happy about that. And I've been pretty aggressive with them. So I think if I'm a little bit more careful, the next 3 weeks might be a little bit better. Oh yeah, Catherine says, hope your arm holds out. I'm already tired just watching. Yeah, I'm trying to see what a comfortable position is there. Now I can, at this kind of angle, I can lean up against the table a little. And I've been crocheting too, so that's been kind of rough on my hands. I should crochet on here live sometime, because I need some tips. I mean, I've been crocheting forever, but I realized that the way that I hold the hook is like different than what I've seen some other people do it. And you know, there's a way to hold your crochet hook like a pencil, and that's the way my brother learned how to do it. I think he learned like from a book, and that's how they held it, but I can't get it. I can't do it like that without it being really uncomfortable. So I think I'm doing something wrong, and I want to try just like what's the most comfortable way to crochet. And I know it you know takes your muscles and stuff learning how to do it. Lydia says I hold the hook different too. Yeah, I mean I hold it where I'm like gripping the whole thing, and then I get a lot of twisting motion in, and it's that twisting motion that is like doing me in without like hardly doing anything. And that's just like how I've always crocheted. And so I'm trying to actively like be like, okay, what if I get my other hand involved? Like maybe I twist around the thread a little bit differently, and then I'm like questioning myself, am I even like grabbing the yarn from the right angle? You know what I mean? Like from the right side, like grabbing like underneath instead of above. So I don't know, I should just like go back and do some basic crochet education. Maybe I need to unlearn some things of how I'm doing it, but I would love to like experiment and find like the most like ergonomically less repetitive stress way for me to crochet while I crochet this project. I think would be worth experimenting. So we'll see. But yeah, I maybe need to do it live so I can get your guys' tips a little bit. Brittany says crocheting would be cool and maybe a cross stitch sometime. So Brittany, we've been talking about cross stitch lately. I think I might actually turn these as just like a starter cross stitch thing. And I think I might turn the same pattern, like this tulip pattern. I got those 5 spring bloom patterns, embroidery patterns. I think I might turn those into cross stitch because they are nice and small versus doing like starting off with like a bigger like 5x7 sort of cross stitch. It'd be fun to do maybe like some smaller ones. Like these are technically like 3 inches, the real pattern of this. And I think that would be a nice size for a cross stitch, a doable size. I mean, I love the like larger cross stitches because you can really get detailed and fun gradients and all that. But it'd be fun to just have like a nice basic small set of these flowers in cross stitch. It'd be fun to do like big versions too that are more detailed. But I think just some like 8-bit looking cute tulips and these other flowers might be fun. So we may be doing that soon. I might actually putz around with that this weekend, like the rest of the weekend, just to like chill. For the rest of the weekend, I might, that's my way of chilling. I might start designing them as cross-stitch patterns for funsies, and then we'll do it on like one of our free weeks live. I think that'd be fun. Definitely feeling the cross-stitch bug again. Knitting Princess says, look up, knife hold and ergonomic grips. That's interesting. I have seen someone on TikTok who does like massive grips, like huge crochet, like the grips that go around the hook, and then you like a silicone thing that you're actually putting on the hook, so you can use it with any hook. They're like these fat grip things, and I don't know, I'm kind of curious about those. But, at the same time, I'm like, it's that twisting motion, though, that I'm doing that I think is the problem. But maybe just like, I don't know, maybe a little different grip would change how that twisting motion works. I don't know. But yeah, I'll look into that. It'd be fun to test some of those out, maybe. All right. Test out different crochet things. Maybe we do a live with that sometime, and then see if I'm doing anything wrong. It's just so stupid. It's something I've been doing for decades, like crocheting. But, you learn how you learn, and then you realize, there's probably a better way to do that from the get-go. And so that's what I'm kind of curious about. I mean, I had been knitting for a decade before I realized that I was doing my purls wrong, which just was so stupid. But how would I know, right? You learn it one way and it sort of works, and I was wrapping it around the front instead of going in the middle of the 2 needles, if that makes sense. If you're a knitter, that might make sense. But anyway, there's always... Even if you've been doing it forever, there's always some little new thing to learn. And I always, whenever I'm putzing with a craft, if something feels awkward or wrong, or I get tired quickly with something. Oh, Chunky Boys. I think that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I think that's the one that I saw. I'll have to look that up again. It might be fun to just get one just to experiment with. But yeah, so whenever there's something feeling off or something that I like a problem that I'm having, like, oh, that I'm really struggling with this particular aspect of this, or wow, my hand's getting tired quickly. All these crafts have been around for ages. Someone has figured out a solution to those problems. So like, my hand's tired. That's weird. So, Googling, my hand is tired, crochet, some person at some point through history has come up with a tip or a solution with all these crafts. So that's what I think is kind of fun about all these kind of been around forever crafts. There's always something new. And that's how I'm feeling with the crochet, with the like ergonomic aspect of it, or that twisty motion of it, or just like how I'm gripping it. A solution might be there for that, but yeah, it's on my brain. Oops. Ooh, that was a big mess I just made. Okay, there we go. We're almost just a couple more rounds on this guy, and then I think we're done. I'm assuming it's working fine from the front. We'll see in a sec. This is all just making me want to do rug making, though, like with the tufting gun and stuff. Have you guys seen those? I know we've talked about it. They're like these little machine guns that spit out yarn through fabric. Electrical or pneumonic. That's not the right word. Whatever. Yeah. Mnemonic. Maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, so that pushes yarn into fabric like this at like warp speed. I've been wanting to try one of those forever, and this is making me want to do it some more, but that's a whole new equipment situation, and I'm not sure I'm ready for all that. So this is fulfilling that itch for now, I think. It's fun doing these random projects every once in a while, though. I love doing all the embroidery, but it is fun to throw in something else. Just, if only that it changes, like your muscles get to do something else for a little while. This might be, my yarn might be, I might not have to, well, I don't know. I was thinking, there's tension, I need that like zero tension going through this tube. And I was thinking, oh, maybe I've center pulled this yarn ball enough that it'll come right out, but I don't know, that still kind of makes me nervous. Because if there is any tension, then your loops are either going to pull out or they'll be like a little smaller than the rest. So I'll probably still keep pulling out some slack. Kind of wondering what to do next. Oh, there's a leaf on the other side. I'll do that one. Here I ran out. Again, let's see if I can do a little bit. Ugh, that makes me too nervous. We're going to pull out some. There we are. Ooh, I can't wait to turn this around though again. It is kind of interesting working on the back of a project for the front. That's like tambour embroidery. That's another one I haven't, another thing I've been wanting to try. But I don't have supplies or anything for that yet. So we're letting that one simmer a little bit longer. Eventually it'll rise to the top, I think. And I'll have to work on, try it out. But for now, I think I'm good. This amazes me. I just can't comprehend how this works. Yeah, it's all about tension of the fabric and the yarn. So what I'm doing is I'm pushing yarn through. It's going through this tube, so I'm pushing it to the other side. There's like my little tip there, and lost my ball of yarn. And just there's no tension going through this tube at all. It's really relaxed. So as I push it through and come back up, the tension of the fabric's like squishing on it, and so is the other yarn. It's doing it just enough that when I come up out of the fabric wants to hold it in place. So it's holding that loop in place, and then the more stitches I put next to it, those stitches are pushing on the last stitches, so that's also holding everything in place. It is very delicate. Like, I could just pull on this yarn and it would all come out. I'm going to be gluing the back of it when we're done, but that's what's holding it in, is like the tension of the fabric grabbing onto the loops, and then also the other loops pushing against their fabric, and then just pushing on the other loops. So as long as I can push my needle through here without the yarn having any tension going through the needle, the fabric and stitches will hold it in. So, but like I said, it's super delicate. There we go. I'm going to snip that. Like, I could just pull all this out and it would just all come out. That's the scary part. All right, so there we are. I'm going to take this out. So here's the back again. We just finished this guy up. Let's just flip him around to the front. Fun. That is a little bit bigger than this one. So here it is so far from the front. I've been noticing, and this happened like with up here too, as I get to the middle, they're getting a little longer. So I don't know what that's all about. Maybe it's just, I don't know. Maybe I'm just putting more in the middle, but that's fine. It has like a little kind of rounded arc going on some of these, or just like some of the middle ones are just a little longer. I could snip those if I wanted to, but I'm going to just leave it. So, all right, let's just keep going here. All right. Cheryl says, always good to take a break while making. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to do this one right next to it here. So it doesn't pull right back out. It would if there was any tension. So if like my yarn, for example, is a little too fat to go through this little hole here, or say it gets stuck, like let's say, there's some tension pulling out of the center here, like if that's not just completely loose, that little bit of tension is going to be pulling, this way when I don't want any tension at all. So if there is any tension anywhere, any friction anywhere, it's going to come right back out. And that's frustrating. So you'll be stitching and you'll pull it out and, your yarn is still just sitting there. It's not in your fabric. So yeah, really, I think the key is not having yarn too big for your punch needle. It should just flow right through, like with air around it, and then just making sure the whole time that there's nothing pulling from the other side in any bit. Even like I said, that center pull, it might be like super duper loose, but really any tension, like it going over the top of the ball, might just pull a little bit. You don't want any of that. It needs to be super duper loose. And here's my needle threader again. So we got a super duper long needle threader because we got to get the yarn in here somehow. So it goes through, it's basically a tube, but then the tube has it's beveled, and it has a little hole in the end, so it is like a needle. So we first have to get the yarn through the tube with that long needle threader, and then I also have to get it through that little eye. So we got to do this kind of twice. there we go. So this should be able to flow just perfectly through here. I got a bunch of slack over here, so it doesn't have any tension. I got to keep my eye on that, so I always have enough slack. And I don't even want that slack piled up on each other either, because that might just be a little too much tension. But yeah, and then I'm just going to punch in, and I'm going to, there's the bevel. I'm going to lead with the bevel, so I'm going to be turning whatever direction I go. I'm going to have that bevel kind of pointing forward, so I'll be turning as I go up and down here. But yeah, the more stitches you have, the more they're squishing up against each other, and the more it's holding everything in place. So that's why I get nervous with my first row, because like there's nothing, just the fabric's pushing up against it, and that's the first thing. The fabric is the first thing that's pushing up against it. So we're gonna just go in this direction, I guess. So the bevel is forward, and it's just the fabric friction that's holding in the loop right now. And the moment the whole needle comes out, I'm not gonna lift it up. Like if I lift it up like this, it's just gonna keep coming out like this, or the whole thing will just pop out. I'm going to just like drag it. I'm going to go in, and then I'm going to just kind of drag it a tiny stitch over just so like the needle is still on the surface, and then we'll go in again and just drag. I don't want to like lift it up off of the surface at all. If that makes sense. And, you know, I'm going to have a little tail. I'll have all these little tails on the end. I'll probably trim them down, but this is the back, and we're going to be gluing the back. So the glue later, that's what's going to permanently hold all these in place, because like I said, you could just pull, even when this is done, if I pull a loop on the front and I just keep pulling, whole thing's going to just pull apart. Whole thing will just come off. If you're just like hanging this up on the wall like in the hoop or something, then, you know, who cares? But you know, if you are actually making an actual rug out of it, then you need even more like powerful glue than what I'm going to be using theoretically to hold the stitches. And then you probably want to put like a backing on it too, like a felt backing or some sort of floor backing. I don't think I'm going to put a backing on. Well, I guess I kind of am. So I think I'm going to be turning this into a wall hanging. I watched some videos last night of like how to finish these, and I happen to have the right, or an acceptable, I suppose, glue. So that's step one. It's like 20-year-old glue though, so hopefully, I mean, it looks fine, so I think it'll be good still. I think I'll have enough. But apparently you can get like just Elmer's glue, like white school glue will work too. And we're gonna just spread it on the back and let it dry in the hoop. We're not gonna take it out first. And yeah, I think the video I watched was by Tim Eads. He's kind of the tufting gun sort of guy. He sells like the tufting guns and makes tufting art and that sort of thing. And he had a video on like ways to finish. And for his wall art, he had just put glue on the back and folded the edges over and glued it, which is probably what I'm going to do, and didn't finish the edges at all. But then he made a like wood back in the shape of, you know, the piece, and then he mounted it onto there, and then, you know, it had that wood piece that was hanging like attached to the wall, like had a little you know, hanging thingy. I don't know. Those like kind of rails that you can mount onto the back. Anyway, so that's kind of what I'm thinking. Maybe not the whole like wood piece, but like, you know, at worst I can just cut out a piece of cardboard and put it on. Or maybe I can get John to help make me I think we have a little saw that could do that. That might be a fun little summer project, but I am intending this to be a wall hanging. All right, I think that's good. Don't need any more to that outline. Boop. Okay. Oh, now I'm done with that color for now again. Oh man, I'm gonna sneeze, I think. Excuse me, man. Okay, Now I'm gonna grab my green again, and I think we'll have enough for this flower or this leaf yet, so that's good. I don't know how much I'll have after that though. Gretchen's asking, are the punches a universal size, or do you need different sizes? I think, I don't quite know. I think they're probably pretty close to this size, but they must make some larger ones, I would think, if you wanted like heftier yarn. I'm not positive. Oh, thanks, Brittany. All right, you guys, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to just run to the bathroom really, really quickly, but I'll be here in like 2 minutes. So just like before I get into this green thing. And I'm going to be here all day, so I'm going to have to do this more than once, but I'll be right back. So thanks for waiting. All right. Okay. Thanks. I'm back. All right. Let's keep going here. Needle threader. Oops, wrong direction. We need the end to come out on this side. Alrighty. Ugh, I broke this thing again. This needle threader is like just a hair too short, and the end keeps popping out, and I keep trying to tape it, but this is clearly not the tape for that. Anyway, let's get that in there. It's like just enough to pop out the top. I need it a little longer. Maybe I'll have to make one, or I don't know. Or just deal with it. Hey, Sylvia. There, through the needle tip as well. Okay, let's fill in this guy. Let's get some slack. So there's like quite a bit of surface area to stitch yet, but these big leaves are making me feel like we're getting a lot done though, so that's good. Out of here. So I think I might keep going from front to back, so I might do one of these stems next, even though I was trying to keep using this yarn that I might run out of. Let's get more comfy. There we go. I'm trying to let my arm rest on the table or on the hoop a little bit versus having it raised. Hello! Thanks for joining everyone again. I'm gonna be here a while, so I might have to get up and move around every now and again. Oop, come here. It's just nice. I don't know if you guys can hear. It's really subtle, but it's that nice. It's like a nice soft little clicking through the fabric, and it's just really relaxing. I love it. All crafts have like their own little ASMR kind of noises. It'd be actually fun to like on purpose do a recording of all those little things, like the little clacking of like knitting needles and just a whole series of different crafts. See if they could be identified just by hearing from them, you know? Be nice to fall asleep to. Should be on that Calm app or something. So like I said, that leaf that we just did is probably the thing with the most surface area right now. So all these little ones I think will be filled in a little bit more. Like the stems might just be like one row, the two outlining on each side, and then just maybe one row or two rows of the light green. But we got a couple more leaves in the background here. All right. Coming back the other way. Ooh. That guy's annoying me. I might have to trim that off. That little dark green bit. Yeah, we're gonna be done with this. I don't need to worry about it. I even have a spot to hang this already, I think, once it's done. Although, it's like on our living room wall, although like that's crowded with tons of other stuff. I just don't want it to look more cluttered with more stuff on the wall, but it's just kind of fun. I'm glad this just quilting hoop that I had is working though for a hoop. I mean, it's not, this would be nicer if I didn't have to like hold it, if it was like just hanging or like mounted onto something. But at least this way I can kind of rotate it to what feels most comfortable, I guess. All right, coming back the other way. You guys, I need TV suggestions again of like light-hearted, simple, easy, no drama TV again. I've been watching Julia on HBO, and that's been freaking awesome. I love it so far, except for it's HBO and they just release it like once a week, and that's annoying. I like my have the whole series out all at once stuff. Sylvia says, weren't you making your basement into a maker space? It needs inspiration. Oh, that's true. There's just no wall room. So that's the problem of our whole kind of house is, you know, that's why I can't like do a quilt, like baste a quilt on a wall or anything like that. I just don't have wall space. It's all like doors and windows and stuff, so I don't, and in the basement is the same thing. There's really no place, there's no wall to put anything on. It's all like cinder block that's covered up by shelves, so there's just like nowhere. I have that one tiny bit of wall space that would fit this just outside of our kitchen, and We cut a hole in the wall there between our kitchen and living room. And there used to be a bookshelf on there, so now we don't have anywhere for our books, which is its own problem. They're just all laying on the floor in the hallway upstairs, which is annoying. Something I have to address and figure out. But where the bookshelf used to be, the little bit that we didn't cut a hole into for the wall, there's a little bit of wall space there, and that's kind of where I'm thinking. Although it's kind of nice to have that little bit of wall space, have nothing. It's just kind of like a relaxing nothing spot. So I don't know. We'll see. Might have to do some rearranging. And I just need to get rid of a bunch of stuff in the basement too. If I can do that, then maybe it'll be more of a nice workspace that I can, I don't know, I still won't have any wall space, but I don't know. Somewhere. I'm not sure if it's great me just letting that sit in there like that, but I kind of don't know what else to do. I think one and maybe two more rows and this guy will be done. We'll check it out from the front again because that's always fun to do. And hey, we still got green left, so who knows, maybe I will have enough of this green. I think it's kind of unlikely, but I think we're going to get close. You know, I better do the leaf next, just to make sure that I have enough of the green. I better do the leaf next that actually comes over to the top of that red tulip. I better do the bottom half of that, because then if the green is a hair different, at least the singular leaves will have all the same color. So I think that'll be my next one. Okay, let's rotate again. There, this is my last little row here. Short little row. All right, that's that. Makes me a little nervous pulling that last little bit out. Boop. Okay. It always looks kind of fun from the back too. I mean, it's coming together for sure. All right, let's flip it. Aw, pretty. So here we can start seeing like that outline. That outline is being pushed up against, which is what's going to happen when we fill all this in. So when we're actually done with this, and you know, we might actually do this after it's been glued, but we can actually get picky and go in here and make sure that each of the colors, like each of the like light greens are on the right side of it, and that we do have that dark green in the middle. I mean, it's already, just by me doing that, it kind of cleaned up this little area. Move all our dark green loops over. See, I just did that right here, and it's already quite a bit different than down here. So just lining up all those loops, again, we'll just clean up the lines. I actually kind of like it tapered down to nothing. That's actually kind of pretty. But yeah, just going in there and just really putting each loop in the right spot is going to make a silly difference. Like, it's so stupid. Like, how can that do anything? But it really does make a bit of a difference. But yeah, looking good. All right, let's flip it around again. So this is this leaf here that's part of the red one. That's where I want to finish now, even though I am still tempted to go like from front to back, and these stems seem kind of in front, but I don't know. Because the green, I really only have to do this line and this line, the dark green. Like, I'm not going all the way around the shape. I don't think it matters. Let's do those 2 lines with the dark. Here we go. And I'll probably go up and then cut it and then come back down and cut it. And then, yeah, maybe we'll just go up and down, back and forth. Instead of like around and around, I'll just go up and down and up and down and up and down. Yeah, I think we'll do it that way. All right, needle threader. Oh, Deborah says, love, love, love it. We'll make such a sweet pillow or wall hanging. I think it's going to be a wall hanging, but I do like the idea of doing a pillow. Oh, gosh, I did this in the wrong direction again. I do like the idea of doing it as a pillow. So now for a pillow, I probably wouldn't use the glue on the back. I would do something more like a fusible web or something, because it's just more flexible and I don't think you'd be able to pull out a stitch yet. So I think that's what I would do for a pillow. I might have to try a pillow of one of these sometime. Oh, Caitlin said I had to back about 30 minutes in the live here. So someone may have already said this. You hold your crochet the way you do, but just my fingertips. Oh, interesting. I'm gonna try that. My difference is the left hand. I don't hold my left pointer out. Oh, then how do you get, okay, I just leave it long on the top of the project, my left hand to pull a bit with the tension. Maybe to pull back and forth. So you're using so you're like going on this side, you're like making more of the motions versus this side. I'll have to look into that, because I'll probably be doing that a little bit more today. I needed this, like, theoretically, so I'm kind of designing it as I go, this crocheted blanket, like as far as colors. And I was going to use some of this dark green for like tiny little stripes in it, but then I'm like, ugh, I still don't have this done. What if I don't have any dark green anymore? So I stopped before doing it, so I could finish this first. Oh, my hooks might be clover hooks. They're pretty generic ones I've had forever. All right, I'm going to start right here. Okay, now I'm going to scooch ahead a little bit. But yeah, I kind of want to try that what is it, the big boy or fat boy or whatever, one of those. I've seen those online. Or not online, on TikTok, and I might have to look one of those up, just out of curiosity, really. Might be fun to try. I wonder if they fit itty-bitty-bitty crochet hooks, because I do, like, with those tiny, like the tiniest, like, steel crochet hooks, I do crochet with those sometimes, too, and it'd be a bummer to have to get an additional one for those. All right, so just a little row here. I'm going to come back down and do the other side. So I think from here on out, it's going to be like less outlining. It's going to be, or less like all the way around. It's going to be more little start and stop, little stitching like this. But I think I'm still going to go area, like piece by piece, like leaf by leaf and stem by stem. And then all of the excess space will fill in with that blue. I think that'll change things up quite a bit. Just like those 2 leaves, the outline pushing up against each other, that blue is going to make a difference. I kind of want to just outline this whole thing, but I don't know, should we? I think I am. We're changing it up. I'm now going to just finish everything with this green. I'm not sure if that's a good idea or a bad idea, but kind of just going to do it now. Oh gosh, I pulled this one. Oh, I hope I didn't pull out a stitch. Okay. Ooh, and tomorrow is nail redo day. I don't think I'm gonna film it though. I might just chill and watch a million movies tomorrow and do my nails. And the cross stitch stuff. Do my nails first and then, okay, this is annoying me. I almost pulled on this again. We're snipping that down. Snipping all these down a little. Might be that sort of day. Nails and then cross stitch patterns. All right, I'm gonna go left to right, I think. But yeah, I'm gonna just start outlining this whole beast. I think that might mean I'm getting impatient. Usually when I switch up my plan, it's because I get impatient with something. I think I want to just cruise through this now, so get those outlines going, start just filling it all in. If I had different color yarns, I might have done like the stems a different color than the leaves or something, but I just have the one. I'm using yarn from my scrap yarn, from my bin of yarns. I'm slow motion recycling, as I like saying. Just slowly going through all my stuff. All right, I probably didn't need to start fresh here, but I don't know, that's kind of a big leap maybe. Oh, Brittany says it might make it easier to do all one color at a time. Oh, that's how you're working on your punch needle. Oh, cool. Your punch needle kit right now. Ooh, that's exciting. And you think it's easier? I think I'm just kind of sick of changing needle, like doing the needle threader stuff. I kind of want to I just want to see what it looks like, so I just want to get all the outline done. So we'll do all the outline and then I'll flip it over. It's going to look like a crazy mess because with these loops, without being next to anything else, it always looks a little just bloopy. But once we start filling it in, it'll be nice. And while I'm all the way down here, I think I'll be able to just rotate and go to a different section. Oop, but we need more thread. So thanks again for hanging out with me on a Saturday, and like Saturday full of like holidays and stuff. Sometimes it's just nice to chill and get a craft project out though. That's what we're doing here. Okay. I think we're going to come up and do this side just because there's a line right here that I can continue with. That goes up to this other tulip. The one thing that's been a little challenging for me on like this particular piece, and I think it's going to be a challenge with the cross stitch, putzing around with that, is that you have to kind of limit your detail because everything just ends up chunky, you know? Like these are just chunky shapes next to each other and chunky lines. And the same thing with cross stitch. You just got like those pixels to deal with. So there's an element of having to simplify things, you know, like I kind of I kind of think of it as like designing a logo. Like you need, I would a graphic designer, and it just it needs to be simple enough that you can shrink it and enlarge it, and you're not going to lose little details here and there, but you still need the effect of whatever you're trying to do to come across. And so that is just a little kind of new feeling for me doing this punch needle. Just the need to simplify, because you're just dealing with like the chunky shapes. Oh, thanks, Pamela. Pamela says it's looking good, Alyssa. We are getting it. All right, so since I'm over here, I'm just going to do this line here, and then we got a couple in the middle yet to do. Then we'll take a peek and then start just filling it all in. I think I'll still start with that one leaf, though, in case I run out of this green. I think that other green I have is the exact same, but it's when it comes from a different skein, it's hard to guarantee that. I suspect I got them both at the same time, the same brand, same everything, but again, that was like a decade ago. I'm reusing, maybe even more, I'm reusing yarn that I just have, so I can't guarantee that it came from the same place or anything. All right, that guy's done. Yeah, thanks for the hearts. And get a little bit more slack. I think we'll just go all the way this way again. Get this little line here, and then I'll trim it, and we'll get the top of that leaf. Come back down, and then we'll be in the area to do that last tulip stem. So this is the last leaf, and there's just that one stem to the yellow tulip. Okay. I'm just kind of holding that yarn in place when I pull it out so I don't pull all my stitches out. This is going to make me feel like we got a lot done all at once. Oh, Sharon says I like the backside. So the fun thing about the backside is that they all kind of look like these little back stitches. So you can actually flip it around if you want that back stitch look. You can actually go to flip it to the front and do a couple, or do like the back stitch look on the front. And then like if you want the big loopy stuff, then you just come to the back again. So it's a fun way to have different textures on the piece. I think we did that for that 80% good punch needle that we did with embroidery floss. We used that other punch needle for that, the smaller one, but that we did some like backstitch looking things on the front and loopies, loop pile. Okay, I think this stops at the stem, and I think the stem is in front. So just a few more stitches here. Okay, I think that's that. This doesn't make me feel like we're getting a lot done. I like it. The filling it in, that'll take some time, but still. Okay, there's this line and one more line and all this, then we're done with the dark green, which is great. I got a ton left. This is what I was saying, that I want this dark green for that crocheted blanket that I'm making. And I'm like, I better see what I need for my punch needle first before I just work on it. So I stopped crocheting last night because I needed to assess what was being used for this first. Luckily, these outlines don't seem to be taking up too much yarn. I mean, I think this is a yarn-heavy craft, like you're using a bunch up, which is kind of fun. Like I said, I'm slow motion recycling my whole yarn stash or just like all my craft stuff. So I'm trying to organize it more and trying to actively use it more and just use it up. I want it all like used up and I don't know, start fresh or something. Just feel cleaned up. And it does feel good like working through piles of these old balls of yarn and actually like doing something. I bet you the yarn is happy too. It's finally serving a purpose. It's not hidden in a bin anymore. It was finally its turn. I want to give all those craft supplies that I got stored away its turn. And I think just I want to organize it. I might just, maybe I'll spend the day tomorrow organizing craft supplies. First of all, it would reduce a ton of space because I think I got, they're all in like plastic bins. And I think a ton of that stuff could be combined. And I'm sure a bunch of it is probably trash and it'd be just great to clear up that space and have everything have its home and where it's easy to find. There's stuff I can probably donate. That would just feel clean, right? Sharon says, am I cooking for Easter? Well, I did get we went grocery shopping yesterday and I got like the teeniest little ham, literally like the size of my palm, basically. And mostly because I want to use our maple syrup and we have horseradish that my parents made too. Both are just amazing. And so I wanted ham. Someone suggested that, but ham seemed a great excuse to use both of those. I did use some syrup on, I roasted some vegetables and put syrup on that. I'm trying to use up all this syrup. Not use up. I want to use the syrup that my parents made, and I used up syrup that I already had. That's still, the nice pure syrup. My friend's family from like elementary school, they made it, so it's still like local handmade syrup. But I used that up first. So now all I have is my parents' syrup that they made, some from last year and some from this year, and I just want to make stuff with it. And so the ham, we'll put some of that on the ham, and I think we don't eat pancakes very often. Cake for breakfast, I don't do that very often. But we have some, so maybe tomorrow we might make some pancakes, use the syrup, and but it was good on roasted vegetables. I'll definitely do that again. Just salt and pepper and oil, and then I just put a bunch of syrup on and mixed it all together. That it added, like, you couldn't really taste the syrup, but the whole thing just had more robust flavor, really, like, surprisingly. So that was kind of awesome. All right, done with this color. I'm going to actually put it away. Oh, we did actually use quite a bit. It is kind of feels emptier, but I'm going to just toss that to the living room. There. Now it's by my crochet project. Yay, I'm excited about that though. All right, I am going to start with this leaf here, and then maybe I'll do... I'm going to start with this leaf because this one is the one that extends to the top, so I want that to be the same. After that, I just was starting. I need to thread this. After that, I might just fill in whatever. I might go like left to right and just fill it all in. Or I might actually do all the like little bits first, because I might have enough yarn for that. And then this last one, maybe that's a stupid way of doing it. Maybe I should do the big piece. Yeah, maybe I'll do the two leaves first. Or we'll just assess. I'll assess after I finish this leaf. Oh my gosh, I did that in the wrong direction again. I need it to come out at the end here. So yeah, so the only thing, I've pre-cooked a zillion things. So like I said, Thursday, I just kind of took the entire day to do all the cooking for the next week and a half or whatever. Or most of it. So we have I have tons of roasted vegetables and rice and, some chicken and all that from there. So, and I think this ham is probably cooked already, so we'll just, I don't know, put some maple syrup on and warm it up. Might have to get some bread or something yet to make little ham sandwiches. But yeah, the only thing I have to cook yet that's sitting around here is I have beans soaking. So I was gonna do like pinto beans. So I think I'm gonna make some refried beans. I haven't done that in ages, and it's so good. But I'm out of containers, which always happens, and then I'm out of room in the fridge as well. So we have to actually eat some stuff to have room for any of this. But I have beans soaking, and they are well soaked. Like I should have done them yesterday, so they're soaking more than a day, which is probably not great. But anyway, so I might do that later today. Make some refried beans. I was gonna make them in the Instant Pot, and I might still the actual cooking of them. But I heard you could do beans in the Instant Pot from dry, but then I was reading about it, and they're like, oh, you still might want to soak them first because it gets rid of like all the extra gases or something in them. So I'm like, fine, I'll just soak them. I didn't have room in the fridge anyway for finished beans. But now they gotta get made. So I'll either cook them normally and just on the oven for a while, or on the stovetop for a while. Or the Instant Pot, we'll see. But yeah, I'm thinking I'll be able to make enough of a meal with all of that stuff that I've already pre-cooked. I want to make some more soup too. Oh yeah, watch out for fermented beans. Yeah, that's a good point. I gotta get them cooked today. I'll probably do that right when I'm done here. Rinse them off and get them going. So I'm just kind of going up and down, which is different than how I've done this so far. I've been just going around and around. So I don't know if this is better. We'll see. I know for rug tufting, they typically fill in spaces by just going up and down. But I think it's because it's easy to just go up. It's harder to like keep moving those machines around and around. And it's just, then you can have a consistent fill, like all your pile will be in the same direction and stuff. At least that's what I gather. Don't know that for sure, but that's what it seems like. Ooh, all these little threads in the way are annoying though. I suppose I could snip all those down, but I'm a little afraid to do that until I glue everything. Or until like right before I glue everything, which I'd still like to get to today. And actually I'm feeling, oh, I didn't flip this around to see the front. Oh, I'll have to do that after this leaf. Yeah, but I am hoping to glue it today too, which means we have to do the whole background yet, which that's what's holding me up. That's going to be a lot. I'm going to go all the way down here. Get more slack here. I think I got to come back down here because I think I won't be able to be back down here again. So I keep turning that beveled edge in the direction I'm going. So just something to remember. I think that's a tension thing. Like if I hold it the other way, it's maybe causing too much tension on the direction I need to be stitching, which would make the thread pull out, is my guess. It's all about that tension, and right now I'm going to have some because this is flipped over. Sharon says, that is so pretty. I would put it on my front door in the hoop with a bow. Oh, hey, that's not a bad idea. I mean, I am gonna finish, like, I'm gonna take it out of the hoop after I glue it. But, like, some sort of hanging device on the back I want to do, so that could be something really fun. Like, I totally get what you're saying. I have, like, a door wreath hook. It could, like, hang from that. But yeah, that would be so fun to have on the door. That'd be actually an open space that it would work on. All right, I'm going to flip it around after this green so we can see it before I get too far. See those outlines. And I have to cut it anyway to get to the next spot. But I think we have plenty to do that other leaf yet. So, ooh, and I don't even have to pull this out. Great. All right, back again. It's coming together though, people. That's nice. Like, it really is getting there. Ooh, and there we go. So those are real poofy. So this is what I'm saying. It's gonna look like a big green mass here, but like once we get that blue in, because we're gonna get that blue in the middle here, kind of separating things. It'll be pushing things in, and then once we go through and move each of those little loops to just the right spot, that will really kind of finish it and define all these lines. But here you get a sense of, again, what I'm talking about. Like, it's a little bit of a mind switch for me because it is just blobs that you can't have like fine detail work in almost. So it's a different way of thinking for me, which has been kind of interesting. So I'm going to do this leaf next, just for the sake of, I think I have enough yarn for it. And then we'll get like 1 or 2 rows in each of these stems. And then that's it. So what I want to do after that, I want to like maybe draw on the back just like a loose, like, maybe I'll mark it with a marker, like with some dots, and then we can connect it. But just like a loose, even like, I don't know, 1 inch or 1.5 inches. We'll just have to, we'll have to see. But that will like round it all out a little bit. And then we'll be filling that in with that light blue, which I think is just going to be super fun. So I'll probably start in the middle, and then we'll go around the outside. Or not, maybe we will do it the other way around. I don't know. Getting ahead of myself. Ooh, like here you can see that some of these greens got into this yellow a little bit. But again, just by later us just moving those loops to the right spot, it'll all just get cleaned up. And it really does make a difference. It really does make it look a whole lot cleaner. So, all right, let's do that middle leaf. And I think I'm going to glue it first. I don't think I'm going to worry about all those loops because I'm not actually, it won't affect the gluing or the back or anything like that. It'll just, it's just literally like moving them. So maybe I'll glue it and then I can putz around with that after it's dry or something. I just want to get to that gluing stage. All right, so here I'll probably go around and around again. I might actually start up here and then do 2 rows and then go around here. Yeah, because we got this other kind of tulip popping in there. All right. Yeah. We're getting this done though. I wasn't expecting, well, I guess we've been here a long time already. Longer than I thought. We've been here like an hour and a half already. In my head, it's been like 40 minutes, and I'm like, we almost got all this green done. But it's been almost like an hour, 40, hour and a half. So we'll be here for probably a couple more hours yet. I do want to get this as far as possible, which in my head is gluing it. So we got to do the whole background. The rest of these leaves and stems, then the whole background, which we have to draw yet, and I guess that's it then. Oh, gluing. He's gonna taking him off the piece. He keeps rolling. I think it's going to be kind of fun going into all these little spaces though with that blue. And actually, I think I might start with the outside because then I can get like a nice, like the round parts the stitches can all be going in the same direction. I think that'll look pretty, and then we'll just dig into the other areas. That'll clean it up and make it all nice. Ooh, ran out of thread already. So I'm not feeling too, like I think I'm getting in position a little bit better. Like my arm's not all that tired. My shoulders aren't all that tired yet. My back was feeling a little stiff before, but I think I've moved enough. It's not feeling like that anymore, so good to go. This is fun though. This is a cute design to blow up like this. I could see doing the other flowers too from this series. Be fun, but I think, you know, I got my taste of this in though. Now I probably won't do another punch and needle for a while. Now I'm going up and around. Ooh, more thread. Scratched the itch, I guess. Which is nice. We talked about maybe making a different size pile for the border, but I think I'm going to just keep it the same, just so I don't introduce another variable. I might not actually run out of this green. That'd be nifty. Win at yarn chicken, I guess. A few more times around with this green on this leaf. Then just the stems, and we haven't done any of those yet. Oh. Making a mess with this yarn. Ugh, I'm gonna have to trim all these yarns down. I think I'll do that quick before moving on because, yeah, they're becoming super annoying. I don't think they even need to be, like, they don't need to be long. But yeah, especially when I dig in here with all the blue later, that's going to be annoying. So I'm going to take care of that right when I'm done with this leaf. Oh, happy Saturday, Adrian. I think one more row back up and we got the leaf. Okay, oh, a little bit more yarn. We'll peek again too. There we go. It's nice to stick with the same color. All right, let's flip it around. It's so fun. All right, I'm really gonna like putting in those other colors to define these shapes though a little bit more. I think that's really gonna be a nice little finishing touch to it for sure. But for now, it's looking pretty fun, all these loopies. All right, so stems, and then, yeah, look, we'll draw that border on. And I think I might actually start around and around with the border, and then we'll dig into these shapes a little bit more, which will be less satisfying, I think, because it's going to be fun to just fill in these shapes right away to really define them. But I think it'll just be a cleaner for me to go around and around first, and then fill in all these other shapes. All right, let's do these stems, and I think we're totally going to have enough thread or yarn for this out of this. Oh shoot! I just pulled it out of here, but I think we're going to have enough yarn with this one ball. I did what I didn't want to do, which is pull this out and use this stupid guy again. I gotta fix this. He's being annoying. Oh, and I was gonna trim all these threads back. Let's do that first, after I thread this. Oh, see, I get stuck in the needle part. There we are. Okay. First, though, let's trim all this because it's all annoying. Trim them all. I gotta be careful not to pull as I'm doing it, though. So I gotta be super duper gentle because if I pull, the stitches will come out, and I don't want that. Some of these probably doesn't matter, but all these ones are going to get in the way. There, that'll be much easier. I'm going to do it for all the flowers too, I think. Get it all done. Again, I gotta be real careful not to pull on them. Ooh. looking nice and clean. Just about done. That'll be one less thing to do later. I don't probably even need to really do this. I could have just glued over it all, but which I still will. These will just be pushed down with the glue, but now they won't be in my way while we stitch. There, all trimmed. Floof can sit over here. All right, now we can do this green. All right, these stems kind of almost look like they only need like one thread. Sometimes down here it looks like it has two. So I think I'm going to start here, go down, and come back up, and then it'll be like one until here, and then I think we got to come back down again. I don't know if that's the smart way to do this, but we're trying. Yeah, start here. Actually, this might only need one. I'm going to just do one, and then if from the front it looks like we need more, then I'll do another. Yeah, I can always fill it in with a few more. I think we might actually be okay though. Up here though, it looks like I might need another row. We'll see. Okay. I kind of think I might need to add more. I feel like I'm spacing these out quite a bit. I'm going right up in the middle, but let's just see. I'm gonna trim this and we'll see. Oh. Yeah, just one little row in there. That actually might be fine. I guess there's no real reason to do any more than that, because that'll get pushed up by the blue. I'm gonna just leave it. But there we go. It's that little bit in there is helpful, I think. So now this one looks like it should be at least two, and this one kind of does as well. So I don't know, if those look thicker than this one when we're done by doing 2 rows, then I'll go back in and add more stitches to that. So that might be the case. I'm going to do the center one now with 2 rows. I think it might be weirder if because like here it looks like 1 row would work, but the rest definitely needs 2 rows, but I think it would look weird to do more up top when I think theoretically the stem should probably be the same thickness, the whole width, so we might have to putz with that a little bit by just doing the same number of rows. Still tempted to do the blue in some of these closed areas first. Maybe I will. Like in between some of these leaves and stems. Just getting a little bit of that blue in. See what it looks like. On the Oh, it would be cute to do the background, I think, in a different thing. I'm going to do it all the same pile, though. Like, Brittany's saying it might be cute to have that backstitch look, but I kind of want the pile, the loopy pile, just so it pushes up against those other leaves. I think it'll just kind of shape it a little bit. So I'm going to stick with just doing it the same as this. But I do like that idea of switching things up. I just think for this one, I'm going to stay consistent and leave it all the same. But for another piece, I think. One more stem after this. Oh my gosh. Feel like we're cruising, even though I know, like, oh, I guess we have been here for a while, but it doesn't feel like it's been a long time for me yet, so that's nice. And I think we're totally gonna have enough of this green, which is a win. I might just go in and do this. Well, actually, let's see if I want to do it in 1 or 2 rows. So I'm going to come out and peek. I was like, I'm down here. I can just jump right over there right away. But I think, let's double check it. It looks so different from the back and the front, right? It's so much chunkier on the front, but that will definitely get cleaned up once we squish in that blue. So here's this stem. Again, it will get squished, but it is looking way thicker than just doing the 1 row. And I'm thinking I might go back in and just add another row here and do this one 2 rows, because I think it should be consistent. And this, just for a tulip stem, that's just looking a little weak, especially once we squish it together. So, all right, we're gonna do 2 rows for each of these. I'm gonna stuff another row of stitches in there, and then we'll be done. All right, done with the middle motif at least. We still have the background, and I think, like I said, the background is what's gonna really shape all these inner stitches. So I'm pretty excited for that. Look at all these fuzzles. Add it to the fuzzle pile. Okay, so I might actually just do that row first, that second row, because then we'll be back down here, and then I can just go zoop zoop without cutting it. Yeah. Add in that second row. I think it'll be nice. We'll definitely have to tweak all the stitches, like move them around so that they lay just in the right spot. That final little move of them all, but we'll do that after it's all glued. I can kind of putz with that while it's drying. Actually, we might be able to do that all today too. So I'll glue this, and if I have it propped up, then it won't be touching the table. It wouldn't be touching the table anyway because it's in this hoop. But then we can go to the front again and kind of shimmy those stitches around so they're all just in the right spot. Right here is where I didn't really need the 2 rows, but we're adding it in, we're stuffing them in. Get a little bit more slack. So like I said, I think I can get all the way down here and then just jump to that other row. Actually, I can probably add a stitch. Well, actually, I don't know if I can jump down there. I probably can, but we're gonna start fresh. It is a little further down than I thought. Okay, 2 rows down and, or up and down. I won't go all the way down this far. This only needs 1. Last stem. This is awesome. So yeah, then all our blue shaping. So I'm thinking this went a lot faster than I thought. So I'm happy with that. This whole thing is kind of a fast. Maybe I'm just used to other projects like embroidery. Oh, can you turn it around so we can see it? I will be turning it around in 2 minutes here. We're on the last little bit. So it's fun from the back too, but now, yeah, it's definitely poofier and bolder shapes on the front, which you'll see in a sec here. But we'll be shaping those a little bit once we get the background color in. It won't be as bloopy anymore. It'll still be like strong lines and that sort of thing, but it'll be shaped. And once we move all the loops into just the right spot, so we'll do like some spot checking of just like pushing loops around, that really does add, it just really finishes it off. So, so it'll be a bit bulky when I turn it around, but it's all gonna work out. Okay, just coming back down this way, and then that's it for the main area. Just the background left. And I like the idea of that blue color. That was a suggestion from someone, and I happen to have like a really pretty light blue. I was gonna just do white, but the more I think about it, it's just like, ugh, it's gonna be so pretty with more color. It's almost like having a white back there, but not. And I think with since we've outlined everything, that's gonna be enough definition to separate the light colors from the background. Ooh, I need a little bit more slack, but we totally have enough yarn. Was not expecting that. Brought my other green out here already, just in case I needed it. And I think like 1 more stitch here. Okay. That is it for the green. Let's trim these little dudes. All right, let's peek. So this is it with the entire tulip. So again, here's the back, which is awfully pretty. I do like that. You can actually do a piece from the back like this and have it as your front. But here we go. So there it is right now. You can see it is kind of bulky around here, but the background that we put in is still going to define those shapes. So like all of this where it looks like kind of mushed together, by putting the background in and by moving each little loop. Like if the loops are crossed like this and we need to like straighten it out a little bit, that's going to make a big difference. So love it. Okay, you guys, I'm done with that green. So here's what's left of that green. So we were calling it close there. So yeah, so now this is the green I didn't have to use. I'm gonna throw that back. I'm tossing it to the living room because I'm making that crocheted blanket out of those colors, and now I don't need them for this anymore. All right, so here's that blue. I'm also gonna need a Sharpie here. Let's see. There we go, a Sharpie to draw the outline on the back. But here's the blue I'm going to use for the filling in the background, and I think this is just going to be super lovely and sweet. There's apparently no center pull. Oh, there we go. All right, so first let's think about this. I'm going to get a little ruler too. Let's see. I'm kind of, how close should we get here? Kind of wondering if an inch is enough for a border, or like an inch and a half. Gosh, I'm kind of thinking an inch and a half. So an inch and a half would be like right here. Thinking an inch is just going to be not enough. I think we're going to want, I don't know, do we want a hefty like 1.5 inches around? I think we're going to see. So I'm going to go to the back and I'm going to just mark a few 1.5 inch, oops, geez. Sorry about that. I'm going to mark, I'm just going to put some points on here that are 1.5 inches away. And then I'll draw a border and we'll just see how, oh, I think I already screwed that up. Yeah. X. So I'm just kind of drawing 1.5 inch points, and then I'll make like a rounded shape around that. But I don't know, that doesn't seem too big. This is just gonna help me a little bit. I don't know if I'll go 100% on these lines, but I'm just a little worried about consistency over the whole thing, you know. I don't want it like to be like 1 inch on one side and then we got off to be like 1.5 on the other. But let's just connect this so far, see kind of how we're doing here. So, and I want kind of soft edges because this is going to be hanging on the wall, so I might kind of equalize some of these out. But there, so we're just drawing an outline on there. Is this too big? Robin says 2 inches. I think this is 1.5 inches, and it seems kind of big already. It's gonna need something though. I mean, let me just draw like what like 1 inch would be. We're gonna cover this up, so it doesn't matter if we can see it here. But 1 inch would kind of be there. I don't know. I think we're going to go with the 1.5. That's going to use more yarn too. But I don't know. It's probably, oh, now I get to say that phrase that I can never say. It's probably, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. I laugh because the only way I can ever say that phrase is by thinking of actually buying donuts and pointing out that I want 6 of those ones and half a dozen of the other. So I'm not going to be able to get into that little point, so we're going to just go around like so, I think. So this hoop is like just big enough for me to just big enough to do this 1.5 inch. So now here's what I got to decide. Like, do I want to have it super bloopy around, or like I think I want to even them out a little bit. Like I still want it generally this shape, but I don't think I want like harsh indents, and I kind of want to just like this actually does go in here a little bit, but I think I want to equal it out so it's rounder. So all right, I think that's good. I'm gonna have to draw like a real dark line for my real outline. This is working. I think we're on our way here. With the 1.5 inch, I can kind of round things out a little bit easier too, I think, than doing the 1 inch and adding. I think this is going to force me to like round things out a little bit easier. Ooh, way up here. That might be it. Hopefully I can get that close. We'll see. Should be able to, I think. Definitely don't want to take this out and re-put it back in the hoop, where this stays in the hoop until we glue it and are done. This I'm just going to round off. I'm not going to go in for each of those points. We will, we'll punch in all those points, but for the outer circle area. This seems like a legitimate way of doing this. I don't know. Just doing these kind of dots. All right, let's equal all this stuff out, see where we're at. Look at it upright. Okay, like here. Get a general arc. Get a nice big round arc over here. Kind of make that an easy shape. I'm kind of liking this though now. I think this will be fun. It's going to be like a wiggly, wavy shape, and then coming in to a bottom circle. I think that'll be a nice overall look for this. Not too lumpy and bumpy, just kind of these gradual arcs. Like a seashell almost, that kind of roundness, like the bloopiness on top, and then, yeah, a nice arc at the bottom. So, yeah, I think this is working. This is going to be a lot. I'm hoping I have enough of this yarn. I'm not positive I have more of this. Ooh. That could be a dilemma. But we had barely any of that green, and that was a lot of surface area. I am thinking maybe I fill in some of these inner shapes. Oh, God, I don't know. Well, I'm going to just hope that I have enough. How about that? I may have more in my stash, but I feel kind of more comfortable doing it in this direction. I think I'm just going to go on the idea that we have enough. Oh, now I'm nervous. I think we'll be fine. Oh gosh, here we're really close to the edge too. We're right at the edge. Well, I don't think that's a great idea, but they're great. But we'll work it out. So I think this is a 24-inch hoop, so this is going to be just at 24 inches, this whole piece. Yeah, and then it's just going to come up to a nice arc at the bottom. Kind of an interesting shape. It's almost ending up like I said, like a seashell shape, but it's almost a mirror of each other, just barely. I think this could maybe be flattened out at the bottom here. Maybe we didn't need that big. All right. Whew, I think we're good. Now I'm not sure what to do. Do we go all the way to the outside first? That will kind of define that shape nicely, but then I don't know, I could keep going around and around there and then fill in later. I think maybe that's what we do, because, okay, yeah, that is what I'm going to do, even though it's not as fun. I'm going to go around and around the outside just to get that 1.5 inch going. And then, if it does feel like we're running out of yarn, which I kind of don't think we're going to, but then I have more leeway to leave my spacing a little bit bigger between my stitches in the middle here, because there's so much other yarn that if I'm a little bit more sparse on the blue, I think we'll be okay. Okay, that's my theory at least. So, all right, I'm going to go around and around. I don't know what the most comfortable way of doing that would be. I think I might just have to, I'll go counterclockwise, and I think I might just keep rotating the piece. I think that's probably going to be the easiest way. All right, ruler, done with you. Just trying to have the least amount of stuff on my table while I work. But all right, let's thread this guy again. Even though this thing is so messed up now, I'm going to try and straighten this out again. I'm afraid I'm going to break this and then not have a way to thread it. Just gonna try and get that end in the tape again. Squish it in there. All right, guy, I just need you a little longer. This will be fun. I'm excited to see that first round. We might have to peek after a little while. I'll try and do more than one round before we peek, just because I want to have some stitches holding other stitches in. But we're going to have to peek because it's exciting and I need to see it. Okay, threading the needle, the eye of the needle. There we go. Out of here, needle threader. Okay, let's give it a try here. Get some slack. I think I'm going to start not right at the bottom. I'm going to start in this like lower right-hand corner. All right, I'm doing it. Let's hope for the best here. So when I do the final, when I glue this and fold the edge over like before hanging it, I think if it's a little weird, like the edge, I think we can adjust it to our needs then a little bit. All right, I'm already annoyed by this yarn sticking out, so I'm gonna, with my left hand, let's see if I can do this. Snip that. Take that. Okay. So I guess what I'm saying, if this edge is not perfect, I think we have flexibility with it. So this is going to take a while going around here because, I mean, this is as fat as one of these leaves, so maybe this is a little wide, but the 1.5 inches, but I think it's going to be pretty. If I run out of yarn, I'm just going to have to deal with it. All right, we're going to keep rotating. It's a lot of yarn, though. I should have enough. I think I'll just go till my arm can't like rest on the surface very well anymore, or we could just keep rotating like that, like we're cutting paper, I suppose. Keep rotating the paper and not my hand. I think that's the way to do it. Use that little arc. Looking all cute. I need a pile more yarn though. Okay. Now we can work on our speed, I think, right? As I go slower. It's making me nervous. I think at those diagonals, like going diagonal, like on the bias of the fabric, I feel like maybe it doesn't hold as well, or it feels different, so that's where I kind of slowed down. This is where we're going to get real close to the edge. I might have to turn it at like 90 degrees to get that punch in, because I'm hitting the table. I'm going to need more yarn before then, maybe, though. Yeah, oof, yep, we're going to punch sideways here. well. A little bit more yarn. Yeah, I need more. This is that wool yarn though. This, like, I've been using a lot of acrylic, but just kind of what I had. Like I said, I'm working with what's in my stash. But the red flower was done with some wool too, and it's the same kind of wool as that. And I think that held together the nicest and punched the nicest. So I'm hoping that this will be the same. So I can tell that the fabric is stretched a whole lot more up here, but that's why we glue it. So like if I undid this, it might all like kind of resettle to where it wants to be. But if I glue it first, then it can't do that. It'll be forced to stay where I tell it. So that's why we'll glue this. And it will be gluing right at the edge there, but I think that's fine. I think I am going to have to take it out to cut though, but I probably would have done that anyway. So we'll glue it, and that'll be that for the day, because it probably has to dry overnight. And then we'll come back sometime and finish it up. I might have to peek after this first row though. It's gonna look crazy. It's gonna be like all bloopy and weird, but I want to see. Ooh, getting all jumbled up here. Hitting the table again. Gotta angle up. So even the tension that might happen of all of this thread jumbling up here might be too much for this, so I want to gently release all that. So I don't want any tension, because then my loops will pull out. I actually think this nice wavy border is going to be just perfect for this. It's going to just clean it all up. It's going to give it a nice finished shape. And I think it is just gentle, like it looks like a seashell almost. I think it'll be just a nice finishing touch. I like it. It's so fun. It's going to take ages to go around this, like 8 times. And we're still not going to get that nice cleanup effect of stitching in between the leaves. So we'll be here a while yet. Okay, all my yarn's in my way. Almost the first lap done though. I'm telling you, this is just gonna want to make me upgrade though, get that tufting gun and do this at a faster pace. All these fun designs for rugs, make some real rugs that are fun and sweet. Okay, almost around. Need more yarn. Feeling good still though. Like I said, my arm's not hurting, or shoulder or neck or anything yet. A little scared of my legs falling asleep in this chair, but we'll see. think that's just because this is wool, so it's the yarn is sticking to itself. Here's where it gets real close again. Close to the edge. Hopefully my stitches are okay. They're kind of feeling like they're acting funny, but it's right at the edge, so this is going to get mostly folded over anyway, to some extent, so if my stitches are weird on the first row, I can always fix them on the second row. I could actually just pull out that area and redo it if I wanted to, too, if it's weird, but all right, I'm going to just kind of want to just keep going around, but with this in, I'm going to flip it. See if I can do that gently. Ugh. Oh, it is so pretty and sweet. Oh, that blue is going to be just nice. It is maybe a little wide at the border, but I think it's going to look nice in the end being that wide. It's going to give it a nice, like, hefty, like, stance. All right, but that blue is going to be so pretty, I think. And that shape, I think, is nice, too. I like it. All right. I don't want it to feel too delicate either, you know, with a little border, so I think this is going to be fine. All right, next row. So I don't need to go right next to it. I can be like a hair away. Just got to remember that as I go. I'm going to try and be consistent throughout. So based on this, I think we're going to have to go around at least 8 times, maybe more. But I guess that's the deal. Oh, all right. Keep hitting the table again, so I'm going to have to keep at this angle, which is actually nice because it's propped up against my hand. My hand can turn it. So I'm almost to that 1-inch line. I'm about halfway there, so that makes me think that I'm doing this at a 1/4 inch. So only 6 rows then, theoretically, because this is 1.5 inches. Oh, but in some spots it's wider. But once we get like to the edge, that's when I can start going back and forth and filling in the little spaces around the leaves. And you know, some of these, like by that yellow tulip, there's bigger gaps of this blue. To fill in. All right, more slack. Maybe I can go like back and forth like this and get more slack laid out here. I don't know, we'll see. Without it like all catching on each other. Maybe I'll go around 2 rows before checking again. We'll do this row and one more. See our progress. non-crafters who pop into this must just think I'm crazy, just like punching into this fabric 1,000 bajillion times over and over again. But it's so relaxing and fun, and we're gonna make this cool thing while doing it. I just love it. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, if we did do a shorter pile, that would have saved on yarn, but I think we're going to be fine. Oh, here, let's do back and forth again. That kind of worked nice. Oh, how about a little AT under the bottom leaf? Unfortunately, I don't think, I mean, like, I could do that, but stitches are so big that it would be so prominent. It's not like embroidery where I could just do an itty bitty thing. So probably won't do that. Like an AT would take up like a big amount of space. Like it'd be really, really visible. Oh, here's that tight little bit on the edge again, close to the edge. But these rows are going to get smaller and smaller each time we go, so in theory I'll get a little faster too. So each row should take less time. I don't think I've been had a Saturday in a while where we haven't had people over or haven't been visiting other people, my parents or John's parents. So feels weird to have an open Saturday all of a sudden. Almost got to get more thread, but that last bit that we laid out went a while, so I'll do that big back and forth thing again. That worked great, and it's staying away from each other too, like it's not all clumping together. So far so good. Actually, I think we'll do that right now. Kind of go in the direction we're going. This is called punch needle. It can also be called rug tufting. That's usually done with a machine, but this is like the hand version of it. So punch needle. If you do a search for like punch needle with yarn, more stuff will come up. Oh, this is so relaxing. I mean, it is just going around and around and chilling. But yeah, it's like I can feel just like my chest just relax and stuff by just with each stitch. So for me, it's a great way to spend a Saturday. I like it. I think this blue is going to be so pretty. But yeah, this is going to take ages to do all this blue. But we'll get there. I'm having to hold this up sideways, which normally, actually it's maybe a little bit more comfortable sideways, but I haven't been doing that. I've been going more straight down. But since I'm so close to the edge here, I keep hitting the table. Oh, we're almost got our second round done. So like I said, I think I'll go around again and then we can peek. Peek again at the front. So you're working from the back. So this is actually the back of this for punch needle. Sometimes you can work from the front for punch needle because then you get like little back stitches that look like this. So like if you want this look on the front, then this would be the front, but in this case it's the back, and the front is a bunch of loopy piles, so a whole pile of chunky loops all next to each other. Ooh, I feel like my stitches get a little bit bigger as I get down here. Tell my fabric's a little loose in the hoop there compared to other spots, but that's fine. Like I said, we're going to glue this whole thing, and then you won't know any of that. All right, I kind of eased up to the next round. I'm not like starting and stopping each round. I'm just going around and around, so kind of more of a spiral than circles within circles, if that makes sense. But row 3, this is about at that half-inch mark. So this would be about a third of the way done with the outer border, theoretically. If we stick to, I guess, the spacing I'm currently doing, which is my intention. Ooh, we're almost out of thread up here. I thought we had one more kind of loopy thing to go, but nope. Oh gosh, we're really attached. Hopefully the front looks okay. We need like perfectly slack thread. So that's why I'm kind of getting it all kind of out here. For actual like needle or like thread rug tufting. So like with the machine, they'll have the yarn on the ground with either a center pull ball of thread or like off of a cone, which is even less friction, so that's ideal, off of a cone, and then they're pulling like straight up on it, and then it's going through a little like eye hook thing and then into the machine, so it's perfectly slack that way, and then they don't have to keep unwinding it like how I'm doing it. But in our little realm here, that's how it's going. Gotta take it out every once in a while. It's nice that I can just go like with Sharpie on the back. I like that I can just be bold on the back and know that it's not going to be on the front at all. I like just being able to rotate it like this too. That's working out okay so far. Pulling out all that extra thread is definitely helping. As far as not having to start and stop all the time. Ooh, that little bit's gonna get in my way though. Okay, you gotta move. It's just all tangling up on me. I think I'm still got a loose pressure though, so I think it's still fine. think I might be a little over my 1/2 of an inch over here. I'm getting kind of wide with these lines. So maybe the next row I'll have to squish them up a little bit up here. We'll take a peek when I'm done with this round though. So we'll have 3 rows at this point on the front, so it'll be maybe a little less crazy. We'll see. Get a little bit more sense of how this blue is going to look. Red made it way over here. Get more slack out. Have a nice dinner, Brittany. All right, I'm kind of sticking my finger in that yarn, and we are using a lot of it, but there does seem like there's a lot out front yet, and I mean we're doing a lot here. I am nervous about having enough yet, but we'll just deal with it, I guess. I may have more, but I'm not positive. Didn't think I'd be going through it all, and I might not be. I don't know. It's hard to tell at this stage. I'll know for next time, though, for sure. Getting there. By going all like in rows like this, I think it'll look really clean though, this border. Like all those stitches will be going in the same direction and stuff, which I think is a little detail to make it look nice. Like on the front, you can tell like with the flowers, the petals that we went around and around in a circle, whereas you know, these will just look like nice rows next to each other. Got a little bit more slack to play with here. Gotta keep my head straighter. No need to angle it like how I was. Alright, about there. Let's get some more. Oh, Pamela says I'm sewing on a quilt binding while watching. That is an equal task to this, just chillin'. A chillin' stitch after stitch task. One of these Saturdays I'm hoping to do some free motion quilting on the machine. I got that granny square quilt that I want to do that border of. I got most of it, the like stitching in the ditch for all the squares done, so that's going to make it way easier to do the border, the decorative border that I want to do. So we're getting this guy out of the way and then we can do that. Just about around, but I think I might just go till my thread's almost out, and then we'll pick, or we'll flip. Okay, I think right there's like officially three rows. So like I said, I'm just going to go a hair more and then I'll turn it around and we can peek. Okay, so this is at 4 rows now, and it still looks like I have at least this much left, so it is going to be like 9 rows to get to the front, or to get to that leaf. Ugh. That's fine, I guess. Maybe 4 rows in some places. This looks like 4 rows here. That'll be tricky, like if some places seem wider later compared to others. Might have to start and stop a bit more often. All right, let's flip it around here once again. Okay, here's oh, we're starting with that blue. I gotta flip it around the other direction. That's not gonna work. Because I'm still trying to hold on to that needle. But there's how it's looking. I think this blue is so pretty. It's going to be really nice when we start getting into these gaps, but I like it. It's airy and pretty. The loops are looking nice. Ooh, a couple little teeny loops getting stuck in there. Cool. Yeah, I'd say we're just almost halfway with the edge. Gosh, this would be really pretty. Like, you could do an inner color too. So this is what I was kind of thinking, that maybe we do blue on the edge and then we do white for filling it in. So it would almost look like how we have it here right now. But I don't know. I think I'd still rather have it all filled in with this blue. So we're going to keep going. So, oh, shoot. Sorry. Hit the thing again. But there we are. I should have this just up higher, but I think we're fine. Just trying to hold that needle in place. Okay, and I need to get more slack here. Okay. That'll last a little while. As long as it stays out of my way. Oh, hey, from Argentina, nice. Is a hobby for you or the work? This particular thing is a hobby. So I am in like the craft industry. We manufacture embroidery kits and sell them. So this is actually one of our embroidery kits designs that I've enlarged for this, but this is just for fun. This punch needle project. If I were to do this for real, like if I were to sell finished things like this, I would definitely invest in a rug tufting gun, which is basically the mechanical way of doing this. You still have to be a human, like stitching it, but it spits out yarn from this gun into the backing fabric. So it's just, you can do it like 80 times faster. Maybe not 80, but like a good amount faster than one little stitch at a time. Like I would just go all the way around this. So yeah, maybe it would be like at least 40 times faster. But I totally want to do that. I really want a tufting gun, and to be able to do this at a larger and faster scale would be fun. Fun for sure. This is just going to be a little wall hanging, I think. I guess not so little wall hanging. I think the final piece is going to be 24 inches tall. The original Tulip design for embroidery was only 3 inches tall. So this is quite bigger. And we're kind of on the home stretch here to some extent. We're on this last color on the border, just trying to fill in the shapes. And this blue is going to fill in all the spots. You can see it easily on the front here, or on the back. We're working from the back, but you can see all the like spaces around the leaves and stuff. Those will fill in with the blue, and that'll define the front a little bit more too. I need more slack again. I feel like I'm doing it weird this time. Okay, yeah, these are all gonna fall on me, I think, while I stitch, but whatever. Get that corner out of the way. I probably could have just trimmed the corners of this fabric so it wasn't in the way, but I'm in it now. We'll just leave it. Up here is where I'm kind of feeling like my stitches are a little further apart than at the bottom, so I'm just going to kind of squeeze in this row next to the last row. Round and around. In my head though, like filling in all these extra spaces that will like stay behind was gonna be like these huge spaces, but this is the border is filling in a lot of that already, so those spaces aren't going to be as big as I think. Here the stitches are looking a little big and far apart too, so we'll snooker some close-up ones in this little area. Gotta go more sideways again because I'm hitting the table. A little more slack kind of tangled up at the top here. There it goes. I'll have to, when we're done here, I'll have to do a sped up version of this. See what it looks like. All right. More slack. That's why we keep getting tangled around that edge, which is annoying. I think I got this yarn because I was, oh, you know what? I think it was for the jean quilt that we finished a zillion years ago, but I was gonna do, I did quilt ties, not quilt ties, like a tied quilt where you put like little wool ties in the middle of the squares. So I didn't know what color I wanted, so I got a few different colors. I got like a red and I think a black and this, and it was tricky because I had to find like 100% wool yarn that would felt and shrink as it got agitated to like keep this quilt together. And I think I ended up just going, yeah, I did. I went with black ultimately, but I got this to test out because I thought this light blue might be really pretty with the jeans. But ended up going with the black. So, slow motion recycling this yarn. It finally found a use. where it gets to be showcased way more than it would have been in that quilt, I think. It's such a pretty blue. Yeah, so once, like some of these areas, like I was saying, like the 4 or the 8 rows, like we have 4 done now and it feels like we're halfway. 8 rows will be enough for some spots, so I think we'll stop going around and around at that point, but there will be some little areas where it seems like 9 rows would have been better, so we'll have to go back and address those little areas individually, which is the same way of how we'll be filling the inside area. Just filling in a little area until it's good. I have to hold it like practically upright to get down here to keep hitting the table because it's so close to the edge. But this is round 4, just about done. Fabric's definitely a little loose here, but the glue will take care of that. All right, I got a little bit more slack. We'll go a little bit further. So row 5, bumping up to there. All right, let's get more slack again. I keep punching you guys. There we are. This feels like the perfect tension right here. This is like the best little area. So, I don't know, I got in the hoop just right there. I can't believe we only had like 1 leaf done when we started today. We've done a lot so far. It's gonna be fun getting in those little tulip nooks. Yeah, we're just gonna have to jump around and get each little teeny leftover triangle and bit after we get these rows done. Wow, we're getting like halfway around from that 1 thread pull. That's good. Saving us time. Gotta go upright again. Yeah, I'm definitely, this is like getting way far apart up here. I suppose it's okay. Alright, out of thread. This feels like it's going to be a mess, but let's keep going. Oh, I suppose instead of hitting the table, I could just rotate a little bit further up, then I wouldn't be hitting the table. Duh. I'll have to keep that in mind. I can keep rotating this way more than what I currently am. Just get on a roll and then I stop turning. Oh, I just started watching, what is it called? The Great British Throwdown or whatever again? They have a new season out on, oh, it might be HBO, on HBO, not Netflix. It could be Netflix, I'm not sure. But that's that British show that's like the Great British Baking Show, but it's pottery, and it's just so nice, and the hosts are awesome, and it's just one of those lovely shows just to have on. I think I only have a couple episodes left, which is a huge bummer, but oh well. So that's, I guess, my current show that I got going on, besides Julia, which is awesome. I freaking love that show so far, but it's not on, like, the whole season isn't available. I guess neither is the potting show, the Throwdown. Oh, Caitlin says, removing my dip nails, I'd say go with at least half an hour and use absolute pure acetone instead of nail polish remover. So I do have the pure acetone. I'm going to try that way of where you take the dip nails off in, you get a little plastic, like a sandwich bag, and you put acetone in there, and then put like a paper towel or cotton ball or whatever in that acetone. But then you fill up a bowl of hot water and you stick your hand in the bag of acetone and then into the hot water. So you're in like hot water acetone. And I don't know, people on the YouTubies have said that it takes only like 5 minutes or so instead of like the half hour of just having like the little things on your hands, like either tinfoil or those little grips on your hands. So I'm going to give that technique a go, and actually I might do that right after I'm done here. It might be nails day the rest of the day. I was thinking of that on Sunday, but I might sit around and do that. Eat some food, then do my nails. Depends how long I'm here doing this. I was thinking about doing it yesterday, but I was too tired. And I want to do my nails again right after. Like, I want to do the dip powder right after. I think I heard it mentioned somewhere to like wait 20 minutes or so in between just to make sure that your nails are like perfectly dry after doing like taking the nails off. So I'll probably do that, like wait a little bit. But I want to do it the same day or in the same time period, because if I don't, I know they're going to just break. Like, I'm going to do something, like I'm going to do laundry or dishes or food or like open a door, something that I'm going to hit my nail on it and break my nail, and they haven't broken it all with the dip powder on, so I want to get that back on as soon as I can. All right, hey, we made another round. I do have to get more slack. We'll hold it up there. It's looking cute. It is looking like like an oyster. What are those called? Like a clamshell, which is kind of fun. I'm liking it. Oh, Caitlin says also their file is worthless. Oh, you use your glass file instead. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that reminds me. I think I did get one of those. I ordered one of those square or those like cube files. I'm sure those are called something. A brick file, nail file. But I don't think that's coming till tomorrow. I think I have a glass file somewhere though. But yeah, I think I tore up the file that came with it, like doing the nails for the first time. So we'll see. Oh, I did get other nail files. That's right, but those ones are pretty aggressive. I think I don't want it to be like that much. All right, we're on row 6 now. This is my starting point here. I kind of want to just keep going. I don't want to turn it around to peak again. I do, but it's kind of hard to do in the groove of just stitching these. Maybe this will only take 8. That would be nice. Which means, including this one, it's like 3 more times around. Then it's just all the fun filling in area stuff, which I think is going to be, it probably will take just as long as this, but I don't know. A little more fun, maybe. A little more slack, but we are getting about halfway around with one pull of all the slack. All right, and get some more. Oh, get all the color off prior to soaking? What do you mean? Like, so you're sanding off, so you're basically sanding off the nails then and then just the acetone to clean it up? Yeah, it'll be interesting this first time taking it off. That's the part I'm a little worried about. I mean, as far as how long they lasted, that has been a superb win. These dip nails, but yeah, I have not taken them off yet. But that's basically 3 weeks. I didn't have to think about it at all. Oh, you switched views for a bit. So you were watching on Facebook or YouTube, and yeah, it's if you're on I'm filming on Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok right now, and TikTok you can actually see me. So hello. I have it pointed at me, and you can see me stitching, but you don't get the above. So if you want the above view, that's on YouTube and Facebook, and the like looking at me view is TikTok. Ooh, that one felt funny. Oh yeah, I pushed out another loop. All right, well, that one's gonna have to get trimmed. I'm actually gonna put another one in there. It felt like there was a lot of tension, and I pushed down, and I just peaked on the front, and we pushed a whole loop, so one of the loops pulled out and got really long. So we'll trim that down. It will just be, it won't be a loop pile, it will be a cut pile, but you won't be able to tell when it's with all the other ones. Oh, here's where I'm like, I don't need to be that far down. Let's go up here. That's easier. It's easier to stitch too. Keep it closer to me. Yeah, a little bit of slack left. It's getting us far again. Can't believe I'm still trying to finish this today. I don't know. We'll see. If not, I'll just be coming on another time and doing it. But yeah, we got a whole lot of surface area to fill yet for sure. Oh, need more thread. Gosh, now I am kind of getting a little nervous about my yarn. Maybe when we're done with this border, you know what? I think maybe I will snip this after this row. Well, I don't know. Now I just took a bunch more out, but we'll take a peek. Because theoretically, I could still switch to another color, and then this would just be like a pretty border for the other color. I mean, we do actually have quite a bit left, but it's just making me nervous. I could also maybe not have these rows so close. Or maybe we're fine. I don't know. We will peek. More slack. Actually, I might just, let's take it off for a sec. We can start fresh, but I just want to take a peek without having to hold all this in place, and it just gets tangled up around the hoop here. There we go. But all right, back so far, and oh, there it is. It's coming together. Like the blue is definitely starting to encroach on the rest here, so we can see they're still pulling the loops apart. There's still about this much to go, but it's coming together. Gosh, okay, so here's my yarn so far, but it is really kind of hollowed out. But this is a lot of yarn left, right? I don't know. I think it's maybe a lot of yarn left. But I am getting the sense of that, like, maybe we do, I think this is where I left off. So I probably only do need, like, 2 more rows in here. And then maybe some of these areas where it dips in a little bit more, I'll just have to go back in and add a little bit. But I think maybe, yeah, after the 2 rows, we'll have this outer border. So I'm going to just assume, I'm going to keep going under the sense that I have enough yarn, and we'll see how that goes. And I am going to snip this right away. So this is that little loop right here that I could feel when I pushed in. So my needle probably just got right up, like pushing up against one of these things. I'm going to just actually trim that away right away. I'm not going to trim it away. I'm just going to snip it. There we go. So now it's in level with it again. It's not a loop anymore, but you're never going to be able to tell that at all. So, okay, let's keep going. I just wanted to see. Actually, you know what? Maybe I will take another bathroom break here for a sec, but here we are. Looking fun. So I will be back in 2 seconds again. Get a drink of water, and we'll finish up this border. Back here. Oh, where did I find such a big hoop? Hoop. I'm thinking you're meaning the hoop. So this is a what do we call these again? I forget. Like a quilting hoop. A quilting hoop. I just couldn't think of words. It's a quilting hoop. So if you can just get them at like a Joann's. Oh yeah, hoop. This is a 24-inch one, and I'm pretty sure they have them there. Typically, it is used for quilting. I just like doing big embroideries and stuff in it. I don't think I've ever actually used one for quilting. But if you like, I'm sure they're on Amazon and stuff too. If you do a search for quilting hoop, these are like the cheapest ones available, which are still like maybe like $20 or something. If it's more than $20, like if it's like $60 or something, then you're in like the realm of more like professional high-end stuff, and this is just like, this is not that. But yeah, a quilting hoop, and which is probably not the ideal thing to use for this. I think oftentimes people use a frame of some sort. I know for not rug hooking, well, actually for rug hooking too, but for rug tufting, they have like a wooden square frame that they put carpet tacks on all the sides, and then they can stretch their fabric around, and the carpet tacks hold it. Some people use nails too, but like if you just get a carpet tack strip, it looks like that's kind of the standard. And that holds the fabric in place, just on like a square frame, like a 2x4 frame or something. All right, back at it right here. So I just started fresh. You can start and stop wherever, which is nice. Yeah, and I think just 2 more times around, and then if there's any weird gaps, we'll fill it in. Because like right here, I can tell like, oh, it's gonna need like some more in this arc where the leaf goes in a little bit. So that particular spot might need to go back and get a little extra in. Actually, the end of our row is right here. Okay. Now I'm going to kind of divvy this space up so like that 2 rows should work. But it was looking good on the front. Like the blue was just about matched up to the edge, and it's really that pushing. Once I get like that the next row in after this one, where it's really close to that border, the green, like the outlines. That's when the outline loops are going to push up against the border loops, and I think our lines will get more defined. They actually might get a little bit more hidden. Until I do that little thing where I move each loop one by one just to make sure that they're all in the right spot. But like I said, I'd like to glue it before then, but who knows? There's a lot to stitch yet. I might not even get to that today. We will see. Oh, you make lots of cross stitch. Oh, and love that hoop. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, if it's a big cross stitch, I mean, this is a 24-inch diameter hoop, so it's very, very large. A friend just got a frame, though, where they can wrap their cross stitch around, and then it becomes, like, portable and manageable, and those look pretty cool. Like a cross stitch frame versus a big hoop like this. If I start doing more cross stitch, I do want to do some more cross stitch. We've been talking about turning. This is originally an embroidery pattern, and we talked about maybe turning this pattern and my other spring floral patterns that go with this into little cross stitches. So I kind of want to putz around with that this weekend and maybe do some cross stitching here soon. Been kind of itching to do some cross stitch. It's been ages. This is looking really pretty from the back, though. There is something special about these backs because they are just like really nice big outlines, and they're like much cleaner from the back. But you know, we're going for the rug hooking or the punch needle rug tufting look, right? So it's meant to be chunkier and bolder on the front, but these backs are really pretty where we can just see these lines. And like I said, this could be the front if you wanted this backstitch sort of look. Ooh, I think I just pulled out another loop, like pushed into it. I should maybe, I don't know why that's happening. So we're gonna have to trim some more loops down. That's fine. Part of the process of cleaning up the front, I suppose. Once we get that far. I had a bunch of slack left. I thought I was running out, but we're good still. Yeah, one more round, and then I think I will snip it, call the border done, and then we'll start filling in spaces, and maybe I might even start from the center out. I don't know. Alright, and I think that's about it. Caitlin says, I'd love a willow tree with lilies underneath it. Have I drawn, or have you drawn that for embroidery? I have not. You know what? And one, I'd love to do some lilies of the valley. I love those, and I haven't done any of those yet as an embroidery. But a willow tree, like different kinds of trees would be really fun. I like that idea. Like a willow tree and different like pine trees and then like more like apple tree sort of things. Just trees would be fun. I did a lily. So like a part of the Summer Blooms collection, which is the 5 flowers I did before for this collection. That has a lily and more of a like a stargazer lily. So with the big bells. So not like a lily of the valley at all, but so that's a lily, but not under a willow tree. Willow tree would be fun though. Always open for more embroidery ideas for sure. Never know when they might pop up as the embroidery of the month or something else. Okay, we're definitely going to need to fill in some of the more edge spaces, but I am going to I don't know. I was thinking I'm going to go to the center areas first because I can get away with not filling in that tiny gap close to the leaves, I think. So I'd want to get like the breadth of the rest of it, I think, filled in first. Like maybe the big spaces like right here, that big flower area might be good to do first after the next row. Then work on some of the smaller gaps maybe. I don't know. Oh no. I got a little bit more. I'm like, oh, I'm already out of thread here. Oh, hey, we're at the bottom again. Well, that was fast, I think. Yeah, definitely gonna need more rows here. Although I might not need any more right up by that tip, bottom tip. Oh, I'm out of yarn. All right, last time around for just like going around, and then we'll start filling in gaps, which still might be around the border, but like I said, I think I might want to, well, I don't know. Should we stick to the border, just finish that completely first? Maybe I will just do that. Oh, here we go. Bumping up right in the middle of these two. Yep, definitely last row of the main go around. We should peek again soon. When I'm done with this round I will snip my yarn off and we will take a look at it again. But yeah, then I don't know where we'll go next. I keep fluctuating between should I just finish all the little gaps on the border that I know we'll have in some spots, or like to really finish framing it, or should I go on the inside? Now I'm kind of thinking maybe I'll go around the outer edge a little bit more, like all the little gaps, like all these little extra triangles that we're gonna have to fill in. Because let's say I do run out of yarn. At least the border will all be like filled in all nice. And then if I did have to do a different color like white or something just to fill in the gaps, I don't think it would be so weird, because it would just look like we did a border color instead of a fill color, you know? I don't know. That's my thinking right now. Because like right here, gonna have to fill in that little triangle. Yeah, I think I'm gonna fill in those gaps first. Then I'll also know that the border's done at that point, and I won't like forget it later. Like if I go back and like, oh, I totally missed a whole section. Okay, almost out of yarn again. Yep, let's get it. So, like I said, once we get around back to the bottom, I will snip it and we can take a look at it again. And I think that will, it's like coming along. I'm feeling like, it can still get done today, which is good. I was a little unsure when we started the border. Ooh, trees for sure for an embroidery design. Willow, oak. Oh yeah, oak. Duh, that makes sense. Pine tree, apple, orange. Ugh, all that would be fun. Oh, and then berries. So yeah, that's right. We talked about doing some berries for embroidery patterns. Like, I can't believe I don't have a strawberry embroidery pattern. Like, that just seems silly to me. I should have a strawberry pattern in our collection. So that might be a good one to do next, because those are coming. I mean, by us, it's like an early, maybe not early, but it's a June-ish thing. I think early June, right? I don't know. I used to work on a strawberry farm. We picked strawberries last year. That was fun. Oh, that was end of May still. So yeah, end of May, early June, I think, is strawberries. Yum. Except for maybe not this year, because it's been butt cold here forever. We're never going to have spring and summer. It's sad. I like these little spots that I am getting right to the edge. Then I'm like, yes, this is the last row for this area. That's awesome. Feels good. So all these little other areas we'll have to fill in a bit. But like I said, the areas don't seem as big anymore now that I have the border pretty close. I'm kind of glad we did the border first. I was debating earlier whether to fill in all the gaps first or do this border first. And if I had to do this border last, I think it would feel so much more grueling to have to go around a zillion times here. But now it's exciting because I'm almost done and I can do the fun inside bits. Here's another bit right along the edge of the flower. Ooh, I can't wait to flip it around. So again, if you're just joining, we're working on the back of the piece. So the front is the other side. So we're going to flip it around to see the other side. And we're doing a punch needle with my little fun punch needle device. I think I just got this punch needle on Amazon. I think I searched for adjustable punch needle, because this one I can get different height piles, different size loops on the front, and I think I was specifically looking for that for some reason. So a search for punch needle yarn, because they come in different sizes, so you want the fat one for yarn if you're doing this, and I think I specifically looked for adjustable as well. Ugh, I'm going to have to get more yarn before I can flip it around. Alright, let's get some. The yarn has to be completely loose and not pulling at all, because otherwise all the stitches will pull out. Ooh, different birdhouses would be fun. That would be a fun one. We did do a fabric design that had a bunch of different birdhouses on. Our Sweet Tweets fabric collection. Oh, there's strawberries already in your area, Caitlin. That's awesome. Ugh, those are just the yummiest things ever. All right, we get to be close to the edge here again, which is nice. But yeah, right here I might add an extra row later because that leaf does squeeze in a hair. Especially right there. This little gap will definitely need more. But we will do that after looking at this. Okay. Oh, I just got tons more yarn that I'm gonna have to move now. I wasn't thinking. All right. Grabbing my scissors. All right, let's peek. Oh shoot, I think I just pulled out. Oh, I did. Boo. I just pulled out a bunch of little red stitches here. That's annoying because I just my finger caught on the end there, so I might have to figure out how to punch these guys back in. That might be a little trick. Maybe with a crochet hook or something. Ugh, boo. Yeah, you can see a little gap right here. I might not need it, but that's annoying. That's the problem with punch needle. It can just come out right away. So here we are so far. I mean, this blue border is quite large, but I think it's pretty. Let's get rid of these. And I got a couple, like this guy got like another loop that I pushed out. Yeah, there's some gaps in here that I think we could do a little bit more just because I'm seeing gaps in the fabric, like in my loops. So some of these loops, like I left a little bit too big gaps in some areas, so I might have to fill that in, but it's probably fine. I think what I'm going to do now is kind of focus on like these little corners, but even this, we're definitely defining this petal, the petal edge here a little bit more after getting the yarn in here. I'm bummed about that little red that I pulled out, so I got to pay attention to that so I don't pull it out any farther. But actually, I don't think you can tell from the front, so maybe it's fine, but I don't want to pull it out any further for sure. All right, yeah, I'm going to just finish these edges up, you know, around, like the little areas around the leaves and stuff. We'll just do that, and then I'll come into some of these bigger areas. All right, flip. Yeah, just these little stupid bitty bit areas. So we'll start and stop quite a bit now, I think. I guess the gaps between my stitches are maybe a little bit bigger than what I was doing earlier, so it makes sense that there's a few gaps in the border, but we're going to address some of that now. I'm just going to go around all the edges to get these little baby areas. I think I can get a little bit more up in there. Okay, that area is filled. I think let's just keep rotating. I'm going to get this edge right here. I think it's really starting to come together though with this border. It is nice and big. I mean, it's bigger than maybe I wanted for the border, but I think it's going to add heft to it, like when it's hanging in the house here. And I think that's going to be good. All right, I think, well, let me just keep going around. We'll crawl our way up to that little bit in the red tulip. Yeah, so this space I want to fill in. And how do we do that? I think maybe I'll just go back and forth a little bit. So I'm going to go down into the gap here, or this little corner. I think I might just kind of come back up this way. And then turn around again. I think just one or two yet. Because I think what I think I can do is like fill in this gap and then just get up to the next one right away. So I just zigzagged a little. Now this gap, I think I'm just going to go around and around, like how we did all the leaves or the petals. So I'll have to trim it, I think, before getting to the next one. But this is what's going to really start defining these shapes, our tulip shapes, the bloom, the flower shapes, is by these border bits pushing up against our outlines. And I think that's good. All right, now this kind of goofy shape. I think I'll probably skip this big one. Yeah, I think I'll try and fill this in and get this tulip side. I mean, I might as well just start this one. Maybe I will just go all the way down and up. Kind of go around and around. Yeah, we'll do that. This part first. I guess I didn't do that right here, but we'll go back. I'm gonna start up here. You're doing the punching from the back. Yes, so I am from the back and we're punching to the front. I can kind of hold it up for you guys, maybe a little. There's the front. So the front is definitely poofier. That's where the loops are. And it just looks kind of like a big mass of loops, but now by putting in these border areas, like filling in these gaps, it's going to push up against our current loops and kind of shape it a little bit more. Yeah, I'm having so much fun doing this. I haven't done punch needle in ages, and we just got talking about it during one of my lives one night, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I gotta find that stuff. I need to do a punch needle. And this is actually our small embroidery pattern, blown up 600%. and then just traced onto the back of this fabric. It's a monk's cloth fabric. And I'm just put it in a quilting hoop. Oh, I think I just pulled out one of my stitches. Let's go back the other way again. There. And it's the tension of the fabric and then the stitches squishing next to each other that is holding it together. So yeah, this is the original design. So here's the embroidery. It's this big. That's in a 4-inch hoop, and then much different size. So here's how it's looking so far for my above viewers. So definitely, so we've filled in this little area around the tulip, and look how much better the shape of that is. Oh, it looks great. So you can see the difference. I'll show you guys in a sec here, but you can see the difference. This part on this pink one, we have not filled in quite yet, except for like right here. So it's not very defined. It's really loopy yet, but here it's much more defined. All the loops are squishing against each other, and it's shaping up just really nicely. So, love it. All right, let's do these other gaps. And I mean, we have all this inside, so this is still looking quite dense and mashed together, but there will be blue in between all of these, and that will shape it up just like how this did. That's why this is like the fun part, is it's really defining things all of a sudden. Excellent. Okay, flip. So, yep, so this is the front, and we are working from the back, so it's always a little bit of a surprise. Let's circle back around again, just so I can keep track of where I was. I'm kind of getting everything on the outer edge as we go here. So I think why not? Let's go deep inside this space here. So that's going to start defining. Once we finish that, we can look at it again. That'll really start defining our shapes here. Yep, I'm going to turn it into a wall hanging. So this could be a rug. That's basically the process here. Of like making a rug. I'm just going to make it a wall hanging instead of a rug. So this will actually get glued when I'm done. I'd like to do that today yet. I mean, I've been here since like 11:15. It's 2:50 for me here now, Central Time. So I've been here a while, but I'm really hoping to get to the spot where I'm actually done, where I can glue this down. So we glue it while it's on the back still. I'm really kind of bummed about this little part that I pulled out. I don't know how I get that back in there. I'm just going to let that say. I just can't accidentally pull on that. But I'd like to get to where I'm gluing it today. And then after gluing, so I'm just going to be gluing it with like a PVA glue, which is basically an Elmer's, like white polymer or whatever glue. I think if you're doing like a true rug, there's a more powerful, less flexible glue to use. I'd have to get on Google again for that. Ugh, this is going to be all over the place here. But then you can also cover it with some felt or like a fabric backing. And then oftentimes for a true like rug, you would finish the edge as well. So you'd serger off the edge professionally or like roll up the edge. And oh shoot, I think I just pushed another loop out. Felt funny. But like I could roll this edge and then just with extra yarn go around it. That would take ages. But I was looking at different ways to finish it for a wall hanging and saw that like for a wall hanging, I really don't have to finish the edge like that. I can just fold over, like I'll glue it and then I'll cut it out with like an inch or so of this cloth still around it. And that I can just fold over and glue down too. So it'll just be my loops exposed on the front. And then I can mount it to something like, I'm just thinking of like cutting out a piece of cardboard that's the right size. If I wanted to get fancy, I could cut a piece of wood that's the size of my piece here, and then, you know, put holes in that to like put it on the wall and stuff. But I haven't decided all that yet. All I know right now is that I'm going to be gluing the back with the PVA glue, and then I'm going to be, once that's dry, so that's going to be like overnight, I'll take it off of the hoop and trim the edge, and then I'm going to fold over that edge and just glue that as well. As far as the rest of the finishing, I'm not quite sure what I want to do yet, but I do want to hang it on the wall. Because I don't really have a good, I mean, like, I like the idea of it being an actual rug, but I don't really have a spot for that, and I've spent so much time on it that I don't know if I want just people stepping on it. But, you know, someday maybe I'll do more of these and turn it into a rug. Ugh, I'm getting a little tangle up here. Oh no, all of these last stitches probably are small. Oh no, they're fine. Okay, good. It was getting all clogged up at the top. I thought maybe, because you can't have any tension on this, otherwise your stitches won't work. It needs to be like easily flowing through the pen, or the needle here, the punch needle. So by having all those threads catch up in the top there, it might have caused that tension, and right now I ran out of thread again, so I'm going to need to loosen that so I don't have tension. All right. Caitlin says, between how soothing this is and the 4 cats napping around me, I'm getting sleepy too. Oh, that's funny. Let's see. I think I'm just going to keep going around and around, I guess. And if I get trapped, I'll just come back to that spot later. So I'm going to just stick to the edge of this tulip here. Ugh, oh, this is... I don't want any of this to have any tension. All right. So I'll flip it around again for sure once I'm done with filling up this segment. I'll probably flip it around every time now just because it's just fun to see how it develops at this point. Like I said, this is kind of squishing in our original outlines, so our shapes are going to be better defined on the front now. Which is nice because with punch needle it is pretty blobby with not a lot of detail and definition, so this is about as much as we're going to get. Ooh, all of you are in my way. Okay. I keep taking slack out because it's too strong. Even with my center pull ball of yarn, that's too much for this. Like, it'll just, my loops won't work because it's too much tension. I only want the tension in the fabric and where these loops are next to each other, not coming out of the back of it at all. I think I just pushed another one of those loops down, so we're gonna have another big long loop on the front. Oh well. Squeezing in here. I think we gotta get another row in there, but we're pretty close. Ooh, I think that's the last row squeezed down in here, so I'm gonna fill in this little space. I think I gotta go around and around in here a couple times, or just like down here and then just like a couple little stitches back up this way, and that'll be good for that little spot. So I'm just gonna cut it and we'll hop back up to where we were. Oh, and get more slack. Ooh, thanks for the likes. Whew, All right, let's roll those shoulders a little bit at this point now. It was white with light colored flowers. Oh, it kind of reminds me of, your grandmother's. It reminds you of your grandmother's toilet seat cover. That's hilarious. Okay, I freaking love that. You know what? That would be something to make out of punch needle. That would be hilarious. Okay, now I want to do that. Not with this because this is too large, but now I want to make a toilet seat cover punch needle. That's so silly. That's awesome. Ooh, I'm gonna have to come back down in this little area, I think, when we're done here. Maybe you didn't plan that very well, but oh well. I'm gonna come back up here, which is gonna close off this space, which means I'll finish this triangle, bigger triangle up here, but then I gotta sneak back down in there because I'll forget to go in that little triangle we left up behind. I want to make a toilet seat cover. That'd be hilarious. Oh my god. We have like a vintage, like an actual vintage, like 40s bathroom. It's got the green tile and the little pedestal sink, and it's just green tile everywhere. It's all sorts of crazy. So adding to that with like some weird matching floral toilet cover seat would be pretty hilarious. It'd kind of be exaggerating our weird little bathroom. Which is kind of what you gotta do, because then it's like, yes, we know our bathroom is wacky. Look, we've added to the wacky. That proves that we knew it beforehand. I'm excited to see what this looks like. So we'll fill in this triangle, and I got like that one other little triangle down there that we left behind. Then I will flip it around, and we'll take a look at it again. I think we're doing pretty well on the yarn. There are some big areas to fill yet, though. Oh, Pamela says, when I was little, I thought it was so pretty, that toilet seat cover. I'll have to pitch that one to John. We'll see what he says about wanting a pretty toilet seat cover. Oh, man. Oh, God. There's this TikTok going around where it's a video of, like an old video, like, I don't know, maybe from the 70s, like or maybe even from the 80s, like a learning video, and it's just horrible. It's of someone, it's a directional video, like an instructional video of someone taking their toilet seat cover off, like the actual toilet, like the whole thing that's attached to the toilet, not just like a fabric cover, like the whole toilet seat, taking the toilet seat off and washing it in the dishwasher. Like, what? Has anyone else seen this thing? But then it's like a guy singing a song about how you can't eat at everybody's house. Because if they're washing their toilet seat cover in the dishwasher, and then there's then he's saying it, and then now a bunch of other people are duetting it and singing on the top of it, and it's just like a good song now, but like, yuck. So I've been thinking about toilet seat covers and like lately, so it's kind of funny that this has come up as a toilet seat cover. Oh man. So if you do that, I need to know who washes their toilet seat cover in the dishwasher. Like, can you think of anything nastier? Well, probably, but still. All right, I'm filling in this tiny little gap that we left here, and then I'll flip it around again. I'm curious to see how it's looking. So we're working, just a reminder, we're working from the back. And we'll see the front in a sec here. You'll have to keep an eye out for that TikTok if any of you have seen it or not. The song is awesome, but it's just like, ugh, yuck. All right. I think we're good here. I'm still curious. I wonder if I can just like poke these in. I can probably take a crochet hook. Ooh, do I have any? I don't think I have a crochet hook nearby, but I can probably just take a crochet hook from the front and pull this part that I pulled out of this red. I can probably just like from the front like grab those loops. That'd be a little annoying, but I think that's doable. So I think that's a good solution though. So all right, here's the back again. Let's flip it around. Ooh, it's so floofy and big and pretty so far. Okay, so we've just let's set it down here. Oh yeah, look, I did pull out another loop. So we defined this little shape, this shape up here more. The orange looks great, but this green, the green border is a little hard to see. But like I was saying earlier, when we're completely done, we can go in here. I'll just do it with my fingers, but we can actually go in and like move the loops so that the blue is on this side, the green is on this side, and the dark green is right in the middle. And just by like moving those loops into the right spot will really define these borders even more. Like, you know, here too we need to do it. Just basically anywhere. We'll just have to like move it. Like those loops might just be like crossed a little, and if by uncrossing them, then it'll just be that much cleaner and nice. So that's where we're at so far. All right, we got more gaps to fill here. How are we doing on yarn? Still a little scared, but I think we're gonna get real close. Still in the realm of let's fill all the little gaps. So I kind of, while I'm here, I kind of want to get these two little ones. Even though I know we're doing these little ones before these big ones, which is maybe dumb, but whatever. Oh shoot, and I pulled this out of the needle again, which is annoying. So let's get the yarn back in there. I got my big needle threader. Which is not quite big enough, I don't think. It's still hard to get that thread in. There we are. And also through the eye of the needle. There. Okay, let's get these little triangles. Get some slack. Ooh, there's actual sunshine outside. What's that all about? I haven't seen that guy in a while. I'm going to start way down in the gap here. We're going to have to do a lot of cleaning up of the front since it is so dense and different, like little single stripes and stuff for these little outlines. We'll definitely have to, on the front, just move our little loopies around. But I think I am going to glue it down first just because I'm excited for that part of the process, and I don't think it's going to affect us moving our loops and cleaning up the front at all. Except for that, those little red ones that I want to pull through the front, I might have to go grab a crochet hook and give that a test. All right, there's that. I'm going to get this one other one here, and then the rest of our gaps kind of blend in with the background. Ooh, except for, I forgot I didn't get the rest of the border over here, so maybe I'll jump to there next. The other little parts of the border edge that need to be kind of filled a little bit. That's what I was originally doing. I don't want to forget about that. I'll do those little edges and then I might peek again. Because then all our small spaces are filled and we just have these, I guess, I don't know, 4-ish bigger gaps to do. I'm hoping this really does start to define these green outlines though, but I think the green ones seem like we're gonna have to really kind of shimmy them into their spots, it seems. All right, one other little row coming back up. All right. That's filled. Boop. And like I said, there's like a couple little edges around here that I just want to do really quickly. It's like one extra little row in some of these spots, like right here. Okay. I wonder if I should put one there, but I think we're fine. Just right here, though, I want to get. Actually, maybe I'll just. We'll just do this gap. I'll come back to that space later. Okay. All right, let's peek at the front again, and then I'll go and fill these spots. So, all right, yeah, we're starting to see these little spaces. Yeah, like right here. See, now that's starting to define our other shapes for sure. And once we do that cleanup, that's going to be really nice, like that cleanup here. Again, just moving those loops so they're all on the right side. That's gonna be great. Yay! All right, now we're to these bigger areas. We got this is all one chunk, and then we got a little corner here to do. How are we doing on yarn? I think we'll have just enough. And then, we got some extra big loops that kind of have pulled out here and there. I'll have to snip those. Gosh, it really looks like I could put more in the border as well. Yeah, there's some little areas. So we'll consider that if I have yarn left over at that point. Okay, let's just flip around. Let's just think about this. I'm going to go, I don't know. Let's start here, I guess. I haven't done that little edge around the tulips on top yet. I kind of want to do that, but now I'm feeling a little bit better about our amount of yarn. I still think it's going to be close, but maybe I want to do these bigger gaps here. Okay, so I'm just gathering a bunch of slack again. Okay, let's do this just around and around. We're getting there, though. I know we've been here for a while, but this still seems like faster than like the typical projects I'm used to doing. It's like, oh wow, we finished that huge section. Yeah, there's something about like going along this fabric at the angle, like the bias, that it's a little harder to punch in for some reason. All right, back up to the border. And maybe, yeah, that's good. and maybe a little harder to punch towards me. I can tell we definitely stitched the like leaves and stuff a little denser than what we did the border, but that's fine, I'm thinking. All right, let's get some more slack out here. I think I'm gonna put it all kind of above me here. We're gonna use up another ball of yarn though. That's awesome. My slow motion recycling of all my scrap yarn. Or like random balls of yarn. I guess it's not really scrap. It'll be scrap now. That snake that I'm knitting, I haven't shown that in a while, but that I originally wanted to do out of all scraps, but then I realized that like I must have been doing a lot of like stuff out of wool at some point, because I have a lot of tiny little leftover balls of wool, and I didn't know if I really wanted to do that snake out of wool. I wanted it to be like softer and not shrink. So I did actually find some bigger balls of yarn to use for that, but I think like I wanted to do a super scrappy one, but I didn't really have those sorts of scraps, which was a little surprise for me and my stash. Well, like I said, it's time to go through all that stuff again. I might putz around with that tomorrow. If anything, that will make more room for a cleaner basement, basically. Everything's in plastic bins down there and can be combined and done a little bit better. One really big space after, maybe two kind of big spaces and one small little space after this. I think we'll do that other big space next, just to note that it's done. Actually, maybe we'll do the small one. We'll just work from the outsides in, maybe. I think I'm going to end with that one that's going down the middle yet. I haven't defined those that pink tulip though yet. Maybe I should go there first. I don't know. Like it matters. I either run out and have to change the color somewhere or find something close enough to this. I don't know. That's the dilemma. I think I still might have enough yarn though. I mean, it looks like I have a lot of yarn yet, but this is really, really hollowed out at this point. But I think I'll have enough. But dang, I mean, we're almost using an entire skein of yarn or theoretically, for just this border, or the background here. Alright, and I think I will snip that and come back to this little triangle here. Gosh, I can't pick up the scissors. Actually, there is, like right here, it looks like I could use a few more stitches. I'm going to just fill in those little areas quick. Like my border got a little loose there. There. That's what I might do if I do have some left, just go around, because some of the border areas seemed a little sparse. I might just go around and clean those up. But priority on actually filling this in. Rotate. One more pass, I think. Yeah. I think I'm going to go ahead and do this little corner here and then maybe peek again. Actually, I think I'm going to come in from the side here. Ooh, and I need some yarn up here. Oh, well, that's a smart idea. Linda says for the red that I pulled out, I could just start a new piece and stitch in new stitches there. That's probably what I'll do. That makes sense. I'm thinking totally what the normal solution would have been. That's smart. So I think I probably have some of this red nearby yet. I think I kept all those colors around for that exact purpose, except for the greens, which I threw into the living room because I was going to use that later for that crocheted blanket that I'm making. So hopefully I don't pull out any of the greens. But yeah, you're right. The red, I should just grab a new piece. That makes all sorts of sense. All right, coming back up this way. Then we'll just fill in this triangle a bit. I do want to peek after this though, because we've defined some of these leaves a little bit more, and I haven't seen what that looks like yet. Back up. I'm definitely starting to get tired though. I can, like, repetitive stress tired. I can feel it in my elbow a little bit. My punching elbow. Ooh, a hair more. I think right there will do. All right, let's take a peek. Where can I get one? Oh, the pen you use. So it is called a punch needle. I think I got this on Amazon. So if you just do a search for punch needle yarn, I'm thinking that will make sure that it's big enough for yarn to go through. Mine is adjustable as well, so I can control how tall the loops are on the other side to some extent. So I would do a search for punch needle, adjustable, yarn, and you'll probably come up with something. So, all right, it's coming along. I think this blue is looking fabulous. Ooh, yeah. So here we've defined these leaf shapes a little bit more. Definitely, they're definitely not so blooped out anymore. Yeah, they're looking nice. So we did this little big bit in there. We'll still go through and move each loop around on those borders just so those look extra nice. But yeah, looks like we really only have these two big spaces left. So I'm going to do this one next, I think, just to ensure I have the yarn. I think I do. And yeah, then we got to define the top of this tulip, but it is coming along. The blue is maybe pretty close to that green in color. I would have maybe wanted it a little bit lighter, but I am using my stash, and I think it's still going to be nice, especially once I move all these outlines. I think the outlines are going to help define the whole thing a little bit more. So I think we're going to be okay. I mean, we're going to be okay. It's totally fine just as is. But yeah, look, that space looks so much smaller on the other side. We actually do have quite a bit to fill. Okay. Yeah, this is the big one. Alrighty, let's get comfortable. Let's go right like there. And around and around and around. I'm going to get a whole bunch of slack out here. I'm not as worried about that red pulling out anymore now with that idea of like, oh, I could just get a new piece of red and start stitching it in. Although I think that's the red that I ran out of, so the other stitches would be just off. Oh, look, so this is a problem. This is, a lot of times with these balls of yarn, they're just tied together. I don't really have a name. It's like SKC. I don't know if you guys can see that. Literally, it's one of these super generic ones that, I don't know. So SKC, and I got this like maybe 8 years ago. I'm sure there's a way better selection of punch needles now. So punch needle, yarn, adjustable. That's what's going to get you to something close. All right, so there's a little knot in this yarn. So sometimes they do tie with this type of yarn, cheap yarn, they do tie it together. So I'm going to just cut that out. That's not going to go through, it's not going to be able to punch. It's going to just stop. So we're going to cut that off. And when this end gets done, we'll just have to start up another one. But I'm glad I caught that because that would have been annoying to find later. All right, round and around. Yeah, this is almost like a generic brand of punch needle. There is that popular brand. I forget what it's called again. I don't think you'd find those on Amazon though. But yeah, that's, I think, the cheapest, fastest way is probably just to go to Amazon and do a search for punch needle, yarn, and adjustable. Like, this literally is just a tube with a beveled end and a hole in that bevel, and then it stops. Like, you need a way for it to stop and not go through the rest of the fabric, so you need some sort of like buffer there. But literally, you could get like a little tube that would fit yarn from like Home Depot, cut it at a bevel, get a hole in there somehow, and I don't know, put a few rubber bands on it where you want the length to be, and you'd probably have your own adjustable punch needle. I don't think it'd take, I don't know how you do those things, but there's not much to it. It's pretty simple as far as a tool. That someone had to figure out at some point. That's what's so interesting about all these crafts, I think. Like, someone had to figure that out. Someone had to figure out, like, crochet. That's crazy to me. I mean, I guess they didn't just figure it out. It was evolved into what it is today. So the idea of making a hook and being able to put yarn together, like I bet you the first thing was just like a basic chain stitch with crochet to make like a sort of rope. I gotta look into that. I wonder if there is any sort of like decent history of like crochet. The book Women's Work, I hate that title so much, but it's called Women's Work, and that's like a really interesting history of fabrics and threads and weaving and spindles and all that through like primitive to now history. And proof, like it shows proof that there's actually that sort of weaving and intricate things were done way sooner than what was thought. And the problem is with like archaeology for that is that you know, the rocks stay around and but the biodegradable things like wood tools and fabrics, you know, aren't as easily found. So they didn't know how sophisticated of things they were making until they found like this one piece of fabric that was dated to be super old or whatever. I don't know. Anyway, clearly I'm not describing that well, but it's an interesting book. Oh, I forgot I don't need to get more slack because I'm just going to run out of my yarn because we cut it. Just checking comments every once in a while. If I missed something, definitely ask again. Look how fast this sucks up this last little piece of yarn. So I'm just going to punch until there's no more yarn comes up. So, which means I'll probably have a little bloop on the front, like a little end on the front, but that can just get cut off. Like our other loops that are too long. Ooh, that one was weird. I might actually pull it out. There. We'll just leave that end on this side. Okay, more yarn. Definitely getting squishier. I'm going to take the little paper off now. Oh, maybe that was a dumb idea. Maybe I'll just leave this on top here. Oh, I got to thread it again. We are getting there. Gosh, it's almost 3:30 here already. Ugh. So I still want to do the gluing because that's kind of like the last thing before I can take this off the hoop. So I'd like to do that yet today, which after we finish these couple little areas, we should just double check the whole thing if there is little areas that I want to put more in, but I think it's probably fine. You're only going to see those if you're super up close. Oh, let's start where I left off. Kind of at that, like, let's just get it done stage. This isn't, I've been wanting to try tambour embroidery too, and this just kind of makes me feel like I'm pretending that I'm doing tambour embroidery, because I think it's similar. You stick in a needle like this, and you work from the back, and I think you rotate your needle to the direction you're going and stuff still, so I think there's some similarities. So I kind of want to try that out sometime too. next crafts to try. Sneak him up in this corner. A little far apart there. We'll just squish right next to it for the next stitches. Alright, more yarn. Oh shoot, I just pulled out some stitches there too. This is maybe a dumb idea to do this up here. Well, we can add some more stitches there too later. I just gotta pay more attention maybe. Only pull yarn from the ball, not little strands hanging out. Ugh. I feel like this is as if I sat here and knit a whole skein of yarn. Alive, that's how long we've been here. At least. Well, I think we're filling the biggest area here. So once we get this one done, it's gonna feel like the longest bit. Except for the border, I suppose. I'm gonna take this off of this again. It's annoying. Ooh. Oh, tension. See, so none of my stitches were stitching just then. I'm gonna pull out this one too, and it was because my finger was holding down the loops, so there was too much tension from the top. There needs to be zero tension from the top, so nothing was punching through. Endless little triangle that we just keep going around and around. And we're getting there though. I'm gonna have to get more yarn again. Right now. take a peek again at the front after this, and then we're on our last section. Ooh, that got into a rhythm there all of a sudden. I think just some angles stitching on this fabric is easier than others. Like, as this way down seems more difficult. I think one more little pass up. Okay. Let's take a peek, and we got the one little area left. Coming together. I think it's pretty. I like how it loops down at the end. All right, what do? This little section here. So again, once we move the little loops so they're all in the right place, I think that'll get defined. This looks super nice there, though. I do like that. All right. Yeah, this is the space we just did. Okay, so now I'm going to go back up to the top. This is the last of it. So I'm going to define these points, and then this is the last little bit that we got to go down into. And then we're going to glue it. I still want to glue this today. Oh, I suppose that we should go back and see if there's any holes that I got to fill. Like, there's a few little areas in the background. Yeah, I did stitch it much denser here than some of these original background stitches. So I want to fix that red that I pulled out, and maybe a couple little more bits in the background, and then we'll glue it. And I'll clean up all the edges and stuff some other time, I think. So how should we do this? Okay, I'm going to kind of treat this as two spaces. I'm going to do from here, this little space, and then we'll go back into that little area there. And I think that is my plan. Oh, this poor little ball of yarn. We definitely have enough yarn. Oop. Hit you guys again. But yeah, it would have been close, like if we made the border a little bit bigger, or even if we went a couple more rows to scrunch them together a little bit more, would have been close. Okay, let's see. I think I'm gonna start here and do all the little bump-ins. Actually, I'm gonna try and do this in a way where I don't have to go back, so maybe I just go up and down a little bit. Or not. I think I'm going to go up to that end and then bump up and down in those areas. Okay, like to here. So I'm really going to treat this as like 3 spaces to fill. So I'm just going back and forth. We're getting it. All right, I'm gonna treat this as a little space and then this as a little space. Then that's it. Oh, except for our little filler areas. Forgot about that. Okay, let's start here, I think. I think without even looking at the front for filling in gaps with this blue in the background, I think I'm just gonna quickly, when I'm done with this middle, the last little center areas, I'm just gonna go look, and if there's big gaps, I'm just gonna start filling them in, and then I think that'll be that. And then we'll get that little piece of red to fill in. That'll be good. So I think we'll go to about here. Ball of yarn's starting to get angry at me. Starting to just not want to center pull anymore. I'm going to ball it up, like just wind it all up, and it's going to be like the teeniest ball of yarn, I think. So we went through a whole skein of this blue, basically. We're pretty dang close to it. It's making me nervous, but I think we got it. Oh, ran out already. Okay. Last up. Last little center area. Okay, I'm gonna start right down in the gap here. What is this called? Oh, this is a punch needle. Punch needle or like rug tufting. Punch needle is kind of when you do it by hand. And I am making a wall hanging, but you can actually make real rugs out of doing this. There's a lot of artists that do punch needle rugs that you can actually walk on. And finish the bottom, and it's like a real rug. And I'm just doing this as a wall hanging. So I'm doing these tulips. It's from one of my, I design embroidery patterns, and it's one of my embroidery patterns blown up 600%. And I love doing different crafts, all sorts of random crafts, and a punch needle was boiling to the top again. I had done this like once or twice before, and had a punch needle, and it came up in one of our lives to work on it or do another punch needle, and I was like, yeah, let's do a punch needle. And we're just doing kind of a marathon of it today just so I can finish this. I've been here since 11:30 or 11:15, and it's what is it now? It's like 4. So when I started, I think I had 1 or 2 of the leaves done. We had all the flowers done from previous sessions, but only like 1.5 leaves, I think. So we did the rest of the green first, and then drew our border on, and have been punching the background ever since. And we do have a few little areas we need to fill in when we're done here, but I'll be gluing the back today as well. That's kind of the last, well, not the last step, but that will hold all these loops in, because I can just pull and all these will come right out, which is scary. So theoretically, for a wall hanging, I wouldn't have to really finish the back if I left it in this hoop. But if I want to take it out of this hoop and have it be the same shape, then I need to glue it. And yeah, so it's going to be kind of like a free hanging, like no frame wall art piece when we're done. For funsies, I don't, it wasn't really about like, oh, I need to make a piece of wall art. I just wanted to punch needle. So I don't ever know what to do with all of these when I'm done. All these little projects that we work on. I'm typically live here every night, Monday through Friday, but decided on a long marathon session today. Because typically I'm only on for like an hour. Been here for a zillion hours today. But this little area is almost done. This little triangle went way faster than that other spot. I'm going to do, before flipping it, I'm going to do a quick look around while I have this blue on to see if there's any part of the borders that I could use some extra stitches, because those are looking pretty, like I needed more. I needed to fill some gaps, so I want to do that quick. But then we'll flip it around and I'll find more of that red. We have to fill in that little red area that I pulled out. But let's just do a quick look around of the border. Yeah, like up here, I feel like I could get like one more stripe in. We're just gonna do some surgery here quick before flipping it. Oh my gosh, look, this is how much yarn I have left. It's looking a lot less right now. Yeah, let's just get a row of stitches here. Quick surgery. Okay. I think maybe right above it here too could use some extra. I could get really picky at this and do this a ton, but I just want to do like a quick once over. Because really it's probably good enough. I think I'm getting to that point where I've worked on this a long time now and I'm wanting to tweak little things that I probably don't need to tweak. But yeah, I don't know. There's some areas on here. I'm going to get some of these yet. We'll maybe start this right here. This will push up these stitches closer to that green outline there too. Just really wanted to get down in here. It seemed like it needed it. A little surgery right here. Looks like I could maybe use some next to this green, but I think I might leave that for now. Yeah, let's get a little bit over here. And maybe I'll just peek after this, after I get like these two little rows that are bothering me here. Because, like I said, I probably don't need to be doing any of this. We'll do a once over from the front, and then I do need to get some red to fill in that area that I pulled out. Let's get right here. Oops, need some slack. All right, let's take a look. There are a few more areas, I think, but I'm getting impatient. Let's take a look at it. So here is the front. Ah, looking cute. Yay! All right. So, like I was saying earlier, by me moving all of those little loops, I'm gonna like one by one move the loops that are like crossed, like this color's this way and this color's this way. If I move them right into the correct position, that's gonna define my lines a lot more. But I just want to do a quick, yeah, there are like, gosh, I think I'm gonna just leave all these little kind of weird gaps that are kind of hanging out there. That was that big one that was annoying me. But I think if I just scooch everything in the right place, we're gonna be fine. Let me check on that red to do that tiny little area that I pulled out. Because once I glue it, I can't like go back and put more in. But I think I'll be able to shimmy things where I want a little bit. So, all right, I think that's good. Let me just find, I think I have some red in here yet. Yeah, okay. Here's that red. Let me just put like 3 stitches in there. And we'll call it. So I will get my glue and we'll glue down this back and call it a day. So I don't have a brush for the glue. I think I'm gonna just kind of like smear it all over. I did get a little piece of cardboard to do that with, so we'll see if that does the job. And after it's glued, I won't have this problem of things pulling out of here anymore, I think. Okay, get a little bit of slack on here. All right, so just right here, I'm just filling in the few stitches that I pulled out. There, I think that's it. Probably not even gonna notice. But I felt weird pulling those out and not fixing it. So, oh yeah, it really poofed out a bit. The other thing I might do is like trim some of these longer pieces, but I'm not gonna do that till we're done with the glue either. So I'm gonna flip this around, and I'm gonna need this kind of propped up somehow, I think, to glue. Let's see. I'm gonna get I have my yarn bin here. I think I'm gonna just kind of prop, maybe just like that. I'll just have it like lay on there. Get you guys up a little higher maybe. We're just gonna lay it on there, and then I'm just gonna glue right through here. And then when I'm done, I can flip it over. So yeah, this will be a good work surface. So all right, I have this PVA glue. So PVA, it's like it's an acid-free glue. I'm just gonna shake it up here, but you can just use like an Elmer's glue too. I think I'm gonna just tear this or cut it, I guess. And now theoretically, so I've not done this before, but theoretically I can just goop this on. This glue is like 20 years old though. Like literally, I had this in college, so this glue might just be a no-go. So we'll, oh gosh, is it even coming down? We'll just have to see how this works. And if it doesn't, then we'll have to come back later. All right, I'm gonna goop it on. Oh, look at that. Scary. All right, so I mean, really, we're just going to gop it on like so, and I don't want to pull on any of my stitches. Wow, okay. Yep, this is the process, I guess. This is scary. All right, I think I might just balance on, well, no, I am going to stay on this surface. So let's just go little by little, I guess. I think if we get on the outside a little bit, that's fine. Maybe I'm going to move over a little bit so you guys can see. I'm going to just have this in this hand, and this side can push it around, I think. So this is what's going to hold these stitches in place, so I don't want to, I want to be generous with this, I think. And if some goes to the front, it's going to dry clear. So I'm not too concerned about that. I'm a little worried about these little threads. I'm thinking I maybe should have snipped those a little bit more. But I'm getting some use of this glue. Like literally, this has to be like 20-year-old glue. It's kind of makes me happy that I'm slow motion recycling that too. And if this is not perfect, I don't think that's going to matter because it's going to be hanging on the wall. My concern is that I don't want to pull, like I feel like me doing this is slightly pulling on the yarn, and I don't want to pull any of it out. Maybe this is too thick. Let's do a little peek at how this is working from the front. Oh, there's nothing going through, so this is great. Fine, I'm not going to worry about it. I think it's working. It just seems like I'm putting so much on, but nothing's going through to the front, so I think we're good. Just do this section here. I think this glue, it's like Elmer's glue, so this will be a little flexible when we're done. Oh, Barbara says she's been watching On and Off all day, and it's gorgeous. You love it. That's awesome. I'm loving how this is turning out too. I think it's just really kind of sweet. So this little, maybe I should trim that piece off. That was our little extra red piece. He might get pulled out of there a little bit. So this is what happens, like if you're doing real like rug tufting, you would do this with kind of like a more powerful glue, I think. And you do this to the whole piece before taking it off of the frame. I had to search for this glue. Like I said, all my craft supplies are just in like all these bins, plastic bins in the basement, and I knew this bottle of old glue existed somewhere, and I had to figure it out last night. I had to find it. This feels crazy doing this though. Never did this with any other yarn piece. I'm really close to the edge here too, but that's how it turned out with that big border. Now, I don't think this will seep through to the front if I, maybe it is right now, but I'm going to be flipping it over and letting it just dry. I don't think it's going to drip or anything. Maybe I'll stand it upright. Don't know. Have not done this before. Bunny, I am making a punch needle, and we are doing the final process of it by gluing the back. So this is where we are with the front. It's going to be a wall hanging. So it could be like an actual rug. So this is like how, you'd make like an artisan, how artists do it, I'm sure, for mass production rugs. It's a little bit different, but this could be a rug, but we are doing it as wall art. And this is the final kind of step before taking it off the hoop, is gluing the back. Because with punch needle, I don't think so much. So punch needle or rug tufting, it's the kind of the same thing. If I pull on any of these threads, it's all just going to come out because there's nothing holding these threads in except for the tension of it next to the other stitches and against the fabric itself. So if I pull on any of them, me pulling is going to be more tension than the fabric can hold. So I'm a little nervous about swiping past some of these stitches or some of these ends. But yeah, so the whole thing can pull out, and that's why we need to glue the back. But this is my first time doing this, so we'll see how this goes. I mean, theoretically, I don't see why it wouldn't work or why anything would go wrong. I mean, I'm kind of bending it over that thing that I have, that bin that I have it propped up on, but I think it's not going to dry immediately. This is like Elmer's glue. It'll be overnight, so once I have it upright again, we'll be all good. Like I said, this is like 20-year-old glue. I think I took a bookbinding class in college. I went to art school, so we had classes like that, bookbinding. And I think I got this glue for that. And that was like 20 years ago. I'm surprised it's working still and not like solid. But it's an acid-free glue, which is what you'd want to use for like an art piece sort of thing. But I think Elmer's is basically the same thing. Not like I need this to last 3,000 years anyway. There is a lot of glue in here, though. I am just going to try and spread it out. I'm wary of just like going right across, though, because I have all these threads on the back that if I pull on, it'll pull out the front, and I don't want to. So I just kind of want to be a little gentle with them. And I'm making this into a wall art, so if this isn't perfect, it's not going to matter anyway, because it's just going to be hanging somewhere. So I don't know. Hopefully I'm doing this the right amount. We'll see. But yay, I'm so happy we finished this. How did I get started with punch needle? Well, they have kits now. I know since we've been working on this, I know a few people in our group have gotten kits. So I think they do have a punch needle kit at like Joann's and stuff now. But it's basically you get a punch needle. So this is a punch needle. It's basically a tube with a little bevel on, and it's got a little bit of an eye. And you run your yarn through there, and you're literally like punching stitch by stitch through the back of the fabric to the front. But yeah, so you could get a kit. or just do a search for, I think for like my punch needle, a search for like punch needle yarn. So they make them smaller so you can put like embroidery floss through them too. But this one was definitely a larger one that I could use with yarn. The idea is that you need whatever you put in it, yarn or floss or whatever, it needs to like freely move. So I couldn't do a bulkier yarn with this because it would have like friction along the edges of the tube. And then like any friction is going to, like it's going to pull your loops out. Because it can't have friction smaller than the fabric itself holding it in, like the weave of the fabric. And it's monk's cloth, which is kind of like, it looks like large cross-stitch fabric, kind of, but it's not as stiff as that, as like an Aida fabric. I think you can do it on like a canvas and stuff too, but it's a little bit more difficult. But I think, a kit would be a great way to start, I'm thinking. And how I got personally in it, I don't really remember. I think it was a few years ago. Punch needle, I was just starting to see more of it and stuff on Instagram probably, and had to give it a try. I do lives here every night, every weeknight typically. It's abnormal that I'm here on a Saturday. Doing a marathon. We do it every once in a while, but we just tried it out in one of those lives, and it was really fun, and I haven't really done it since, until we started talking about it a couple weeks ago or months ago or whatever. And so I found the supplies again, and I'm just using yarn from my stash. The yarn is nothing special. I mean, even in this piece, some of it's wool and some of it's acrylic. It's just kind of whatever. But it has to fit through your punch needle still. So a little test to see if it works. I actually wanted to do like 2 strands at once for this, but that didn't work. It was too thick. So we went back to the 1. All right, we're getting there. So we'll check it out from the front again. This is actually hard to squeeze after doing all that punch needling. But I don't think I need to fill in any of these other like little gaps or anything. I don't think this needs to be that perfect. I do want to get these edges though. That's what I'm trying to get. So when I'm done here, so this will dry overnight, and then we'll see if I work on it again after that. Maybe we'll work on it live again. I don't know. But all I'm going to do after this is, after it's dry, I will take it out of the hoop. And at that point, it should be staying in this position because we've glued it. If you take it out of the hoop first, I think it moves around quite a bit. Like it'll get warped, and it's never gonna be the shapes aren't gonna be the same as what they are in the actual piece. Oh, that's a big piece of yarn I left there. I should have trimmed all these before gluing. But yeah, so I'll take it out of the hoop. It should all stay there, and then I'll trim the edge so it's like, I don't know, like 1.5 inches or so, and then I'm going to fold over that edge and I'm going to glue that to the back. And I think that's really all the finishing I'm going to do, just because it's a wall hanging. I mean, I could cut a piece of felt and put it on the back too, but I might just like cut a piece of wood or something. Maybe I still will just do felt. Maybe I will put a piece of felt on the back and then just hang. I want it hanging up, so I need to come up with a decent way to for it to attach to a wall. And I think maybe wood. Like I could, yeah, I don't know. Haven't thought that far. But I think at least the part of folding over the edges once it's cut off and gluing those down, that's how far I am. After that, I can decide how I want to hang it, I think. Okay, a little bit more here. That's a tomorrow problem, as they say. Ooh, happy about using more of this glue, though. I'm thinking this glue is a little bit thicker than if I would have bought it fresh. It's hard to squeeze out of here. Like I said, this is like 20-year-old glue. Oh, Adrian is saying, I believe there's a magazine for punch needle projects too. Yeah, and there's tons of YouTube videos and stuff out there. Like if you have the tools, like you get the punch needle itself and some of the fabric, like some monk's cloth. Some YouTube videos will get you the rest of the way for sure, and even on supplies too. That'd be. But it's easy. It's totally relaxing. There is that little fear though still of like pulling all the stitches out, but luckily it's just easy to put more in. But yeah, once you get it's easy. And I think someone here was saying they're having trouble and they just Googled, like, found a video of, like, I don't know, the 3 things that you might be doing wrong that'll help your stitching. And I think really it's about tension the most. I think if your stitches aren't staying, it's because it's being pulled somewhere that it shouldn't be pulled, like towards the top where the yarn is going through, either by the yarn being too big, so there's too much like friction of it going through, or maybe you didn't just take enough slack off out of the yarn. But any tension at all is going to make it so you can't, so your loops won't stay in place. I think it's okay if I go over the edge here too, because this glue is, I think, pretty flexible. So I'll still be able to fold over the edge. But I just want to make sure that basically every stitch has some glue on it so it doesn't pull to the front. And this glue doesn't really have any smell or anything, which is nice. It's basically Elmer's, like I said. It's PVA glue, which is like an archival form of it, of like Elmer's. But I think it's basically the same thing. And I just happen to have this in my stash of craft shenanigans. And I think I can just flip this around and let it dry, because the hoop itself is like an inch wide. I'm a little worried about glue dripping. I might put some paper underneath it. There's this little edge here that doesn't have any glue on. Let me do that yet. I'm thinking by now maybe some of this glue has come over to the front, but will dry clear, so even if some goes to the front, I think we'll be okay. Come on, guy. I'm trying to get this little spot here. There. Whew, such a weird process doing all this glue. I don't know, everything seems pretty covered to me. Few stitches down here, right on the edge. All right, well, I don't think I need to do any more. Let's flip it around to the front again and see what we got. Here, and I'll flip you guys to the front too, there. So, all right, here we are. Oh, let's scooch this guy out of the way. So, here is basically the finished guy. I will, like I said, I will go around and I'll move all of these little pieces. You can adjust. So I'll adjust the loops so that they line up a little bit better, and we'll have much better definition in the borders, but I think it is looking awfully darling. All right, so I'm going to let this dry overnight. Here's the back again, just to see all that glue. Ugh, get these guys out of the glue. And yeah, so that will hold it all together. Geez, it looks so different with glue on the back. The turnaround is amazing. So yeah, I'm just loving how it's looking. So after the glue is dry, I will cut out the edge, and then it's free from the hoop, which is nice. I'll take it out of the hoop in this case and then cut it off. But the glue is what's going to hold it sort of in its spot. But then we can flip the edge over and figure out how to finish it to hang. But I'm excited for it. Ugh! Yay! Okay, so this is a long project that we worked on today here, but this is where I wanted to get. I've been on here since 11:15, and it's 4:30 now, so I need some food and some water. So, all right, I'm gonna call it a day here, but I'll be back on to finish this up too, I'm sure. So, all right, I'll see you, I guess on Monday. Monday at 8:30 p.m. Central Time is my usual time here, and I'll be back then. All right, you guys, have a great evening. Great afternoon, I guess. I'm used to saying evening. So, see you guys later. All right.